racing begins at 8 o'clock.
All right, good morning, Nathan Benderson Park. It is day 2 of our FSRA Sweep Championships for 2021. Beautiful flat water out there. My name is David Wyant. I'll be in the tower, and I will be joined by my broadcast partner, Joe Dobson, who will be getting at least the first 500 meters of most or all of these races. And we are going to start the day, as we always do, with the playing of our national anthem. As they would say in a NASCAR broadcast, boogity, 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 let's go racing. It is Sunday morning. I am looking at an amazing race course getting ready to go. The first race of the day is going to be the B final of the girls varsity 4. And we will come back on and start the broadcast as soon as we see some boats getting into the stake docks. And we're going to get going. We're handing out trophies and medals today here at the 2021 FSRA Sweep Championships. Okay, we're on the race course with our first race of the morning. It's a 4-boat race. It's the B final of the girls varsity 4. Just want to point something out, that it's going to be the way that these boats are set up in every single one of these races this morning. Just given the fact that we've got a little bit of a breeze coming out of the western shore of the race course today. Your top qualifiers for each race are going to be in lanes 0 and 1. So on the screen, it's going to be the boats furthest from the camera. So closest to the west shore, closest to where all the spectators, family members are, and the team tents. And so in this race in particular, in lane 0 is Miami, in lane 1 is Gainesville, in lane 2 is Lake Brantley, and in lane 3 is Berkeley Prep. So those are your 4 boats. If you're looking at the screen, Miami is in the dark boat furthest from the camera, and Gainesville appears to be in the lead in lane 1, one lane closer to the camera as they come down the race course here at Nathan Benderson Park. These races are all 1,500 meters. The way that the schedule sets up is that we go through events this morning. So we're starting with the girls varsity 4 with the B final, then we will have the A final, then we'll move to the next event, which is the boys varsity 4, and we'll do the same thing, repeat with the B final, then the A final. So this is the B final of the girls varsity 4, and you can see in that picture Gainesville with a commanding lead early on here, and coming through the 500-meter point in lane 1. They are quite a bit ahead of Miami Rowing Center that is in lane 0, the other top qualifier for this B final. The heats yesterday determined who was in the B and the A finals. The progression was that you had to finish, I think, top 4 to move through to the A final. So the 4 boats that we're seeing here did not finish top 4 in their respective heats yesterday, and that's why they're in the B final here, contesting places 7 through 11, or 10, in the state of Florida. So approaching halfway is your leader, Gainesville in lane 1. And behind Gainesville, it does appear that second place continues to be Miami in lane 0. And then on the outside, Berkeley Prep is right there with Miami, maybe even level or slightly ahead. We'll see as they kind of come into the camera. You can see them there. It does appear that Berkeley is, like I said, kind of stroke for stroke, maybe with Miami. So the 2 boats that are kind of bookending our race course, Miami at the very top or on the west shore, and Berkeley Prep closest to the beach coming down, are very similar speeds right now. And then in 4th place is the boat from Lake Brantley High School. But way out in front and trying to go start to finish here is Gainesville in lane 1. We'll see if we can get the camera shot as they come through the 1,000-meter point of our race course and the 500-meter to-go point, the 2/3 point in the race, and you're going to see a commanding lead for Gainesville. And looking down the race course, it does actually appear that Berkeley Prep in lane 3 is sitting in second place. They have gone past Miami. So that's how it's setting up right now as they come down in the B final. Again, contesting places 7 through 10 in the state of Florida for the girls varsity 4 for 2021. Right now, it's Gainesville area rowing way out in front. Second place is Berkeley Prep. 3rd place, Miami. And 4th place, Lake Brantley High School. So we'll see really the only kind of race within the race as they come through with 500 meters to go is that race between Miami and Berkeley Prep on the outside. Good shot there of Gainesville. You see just how far in front of the rest of the field that they are. Probably at least 40 or 50 meters clear of the field. And then you see it's connected there. It's Berkeley Prep slightly ahead of Miami, but a really good shot of both boats connected as they come through the 500-meter point and they approach what they're going to do here at the finish. So that's the race within the race that's going on in this B final. It is the boat from Berkeley Prep closest to the beach coming down, and Miami Rowing Club furthest from the beach in the dark shell. Those are the 2 that are going at it for 2nd and 3rd place here in the B final. But way out in front is that boat from Gainesville area rowing. All right, so Gainesville is going to go ahead and win the B final and finish 7th place in the varsity 4 for 2021. Does Miami have the speed to catch Berkeley Prep? It was Miami early at 500 meters sitting in 2nd place. Berkeley Prep with a really good middle 500 put themselves in front. You saw they had about 3/4 of a length on Miami with 500 meters to go, and Berkeley is starting to maybe move away. I think it's going to be difficult for Miami to catch them at this point, but Coxon in the Miami boat can go ahead and focus on Berkeley Prep and see what they can do here, see if they can find some speed in the last 200 meters to the line. It's Gainesville going to finish first, 7th in the state of Florida in the girls varsity 4. And trying to hold on to 2nd place is Berkeley Prep, ahead of Miami and Lake Brantley. We're going to send it to Joe for the start of the A final. All right, the A final of the women's varsity 4 is on the race course. Let me set it up for you. Hopefully we'll get Joe's audio kicked in here shortly. In their top qualifiers are Miami Beach in lane 0 and Edgewater High School in lane 1. So again, top qualifiers are furthest from the camera. In lane 2 is Sebastian River. Lane 3 is Jacksonville Episcopal. Lane 4 is Treasure Coast. Lane 5 is Tampa Prep. Lane 6 is Holy Names, and in lane 7 is South Orlando. 8 boats across here contesting the medals, going for a trophy in the girls varsity 4. All right, good shot there. You can see Miami Beach out in front up there in lane 0, and then you've got really a just amazing race going on. The medals all in doubt with the exception of the fact that Miami Beach is out in front. So again, trying to get in front, deciding that's our race plan. We're going to get in front. We're going to try to stay in front. As a former coxswain, I will tell you that it's very interesting being in a 4 and laying down in the bow of that 4 in terms of being ahead of the field. It becomes a little bit more of a self-motivation situation than it normally would be in a coxed boat for those rowers in the Miami Beach boat. But they have every opportunity to look one way to their left and see all of their competitors as they come down the race course and to self-motivate to stay in front of each of those boats. So it's Miami Beach in a bright blue boat out in front up in lane 0. And then looking at down the race course myself, it does appear to me that Jacksonville Episcopal is showing a lot of speed, that they are in the mix, probably sitting in a 2nd place position. And we'll see as they come through where exactly they sit. It is Miami Beach in front. They've got a couple boat lengths of open water. And then you see Edgewater and Jacksonville Episcopal. I think Episcopal's got about a deck on Edgewater. Those are your medalists currently with 500 meters to go. And we will see who else decides to get into the mix. Good shot of Miami Beach. You can see they've got about a length and a half of open water back to the boat from Jacksonville Episcopal. Episcopal with actually about a length on Edgewater, and Edgewater now being pressed quite a bit by Treasure Coast, Sebastian River, all these boats kind of in the mix here for the bronze medal. So this one's shaping up to be a real big fight here in the last 350, 400 meters. This is the girls varsity 4A final This one is for the medals and for a trophy. Miami Beach trying to go start to finish. They do have a commanding lead. Can Jacksonville Episcopal try to reel them in here as these women get into the orange buoys, the last 250 meters of our race course? 1,500 meters contesting the medals and the state championship for the state of Florida in 2021. It is Jacksonville Episcopal trying to push in that black boat. It is Miami Beach out in front in the blue boat up in lane 0. It is Edgewater starting to pull away a little bit from Sebastian River. Trying to find some speed there is Treasure Coast in lane 4. So it's Miami Beach. Are they going to be able to hold off Jacksonville Episcopal? And here comes Edgewater. Is Edgewater going to be able to take away that silver medal that Jacksonville Episcopal is holding on to? 10 strokes from the line for Miami Beach to take home our first gold medal of the morning. This is the girls' varsity 4. Jacksonville Episcopal holding on to that speed. In fact, a little bit lower on the stroke rating maybe than Edgewater, but it does look like Jacksonville Episcopal is going to hang on to the silver medal. It's a gold medal to Miami Beach, start to finish. It's Jacksonville Episcopal with the silver medal, a full length ahead of the bronze medal going to Edgewater High School. And then it's Treasure Coast, a length ahead of the boat from Sebastian River, who will finish ahead of Tampa Prep, Holy Names, and South Orlando in that order. So, first trophy of the day, going back to the Shane Water Sports Center in Miami Beach. Miami Beach, start to finish, winning the girls' varsity 4. All right, we're on the race course with the third race of the day. This is the B final of the boys varsity 4. I'll set the list here for you. In lane 0, we have Melbourne High School. In lane 1, we have Berkeley Prep. Lane 2 is Sarasota Scullers. Lane 3, Tampa Prep. Lane 4, Belen Jesuit. And in lane 5 is Team Tampa. So these are the 6 boats that qualified for the B final in the boys varsity 4 from the heats yesterday. And when you go back and look at the times from yesterday, as can be expected, a lot of sort of different times, but most of these times are pretty bunched up and close. It's very interesting. It's always interesting to me that it's very rare that you find one heat that is just massively faster than another. They tend to be pretty similar no matter the event. And what we're seeing here is a good picture of the boat from Melbourne High School all the way up there in lane 0 away from the camera. And you can see that they're out in front. The red jerseys coming through there, that's Tampa Prep in that gold boat. They're sitting in second place. And then you see the bright yellow gold boat of Belen Jesuit in the picture as they come through. So it's 6 boats across. They are contesting places, I guess, 9 through 15 in the state of Florida. I got to correct myself from earlier because we have 8 boat races in the A finals. So generally, and in the past when we have 6 boat races, it'd be contesting 7 through 12 or 7 through 13 in the state of Florida. This time we're talking about places 9 through 15 for these 6 boats across. And looking down the race course, still beautifully flat, maybe a little bit of wind coming out of the western shore, but that's why we have set up the races as we have with the top qualifiers. The fastest boats from the previous round, the heats yesterday, are furthest from the camera as they come down. It's still a lead for Melbourne High School in lane 0, and it's still Tampa Prep sitting in second place with that nice start with the red jerseys and the metal gold boat sitting there in lane 3. Next to them, Belen Jesuit, trying to sort of match speeds with Tampa Prep. Belen Jesuit sitting in third place at the moment. The other boat, the one that's closest to the shore coming down, is the Team Tampa entry. And we actually appear to only have 5 boats coming down. It does not appear that Berkeley Prep is in the race. It does not appear that Sarasota Scullers are in this B final. They were going to be in lane 2, and I'm seeing a vacant lane there. So 5 boats coming down, Melbourne High School in front, Tampa Prep sitting in second place. And you can see them on the screen there. Melbourne just going out of the picture, Tampa Prep coming into the picture. And then you see Belen Jesuit in that bright yellow boat is trying to hold off Berkeley Prep up there in lane 1. So knowing that coming in, Berkeley Prep had one of the top 2 finishes in the heats, we'll see what their last 500 is here and whether they can track down some of these other boats, Tampa Prep and Belen Jesuit, that are sitting in second and third, respectively, behind Melbourne High School. Last 500 meters, this is the B final, the boys' first varsity 4. And as we go through the events, the next race will be the A final for the medals and a trophy, an event that I competed in a couple decades ago here at these FSRA Sweep Championships. So Melbourne High School trying to hang on to that lead. They are really starting to get tracked down a little bit. So they had a really fast start, really first 1,000 meters that they had a commanding lead. And now we are looking at Tampa Prep finding some speed and starting to track down that boat from Melbourne High School a little bit. But as they hear the crowd, as they get a little bit of a shot of adrenaline, knowing that they're in the last 250 meters of their race, we'll see if Mel High can take it up and hold off Tampa Prep. Tampa Prep charging maybe the fastest boat on the race course at the moment, trying to pull away from Belen Jesuit. Belen Jesuit still sitting in third place. Fourth place continues to be Berkeley Prep. And fifth place continues to be Team Tampa. But it's Melbourne High School in the white boat. Their colors are sort of a hunter green and white. And they have competed at the FSRA Championships for a couple of decades now, a long-standing rowing program from Melbourne High School. And they're going to win the B final here in the boys varsity 4 ahead of Tampa Prep, Belen Jesuit, Berkeley Prep, and Team Tampa. All right, we'll set up the A final here for the boys varsity 4 as they come off the line. 8 boats across, as exciting as it gets. One of the only places, if not the only place in America, you're going to see 8 boats across for a championship final. Your top qualifiers, Edgewater High School and Miami Beach. They're up in lanes 0 and 1 respectively. In lane 2 is Capital City. Lane 3 is Plant High School. Lane 4 is Sebastian River High School. Lane 5 is First Coast. Lane 6, Hillsborough High School. And in lane 7, closest to the tower coming down, is Gainesville Area Rowing. And the times between the 2 heats, very close. Your 2 heat winners were Edgewater in a time of 5:08 and Miami Beach in a time of 5:06. So within 2 seconds of one another in opposite heats yesterday. We'll see what it looks like as they come down. You can see Edgewater up there in lane 0. They have a bright red boat. And Miami Beach looks like they're slightly in the lead in that bright blue boat. So very easy to sort of spot these boats as they come down for those 2 teams, especially given the equipment being so bright. And so on the screen, the red boat, Edgewater, the blue boat is Miami Beach. Miami Beach with an early lead. So we'll see if they try to go like the girls varsity 4 did for Miami Beach, winning that A final, trying to go start to finish. Coming into the picture, you see the blue boat of Capital City, black unis, black blades, and then you see just how close it is. You've got 4 boats there connected. Plant High School in the gold jerseys. Next to Plant High School is a boat from Sebastian River, and you can just see that Miami Beach has a little bit of clear water there at 500 meters, maybe a seat of clear water, and in fact, you have the boats from Capital City and Sebastian River slightly ahead of Edgewater, who is slightly ahead of Plant, and you can just see how close it is. It's still very bunched up, a very competitive race early on as they approach the halfway point in the race here in the boys varsity 4A final. Good shot there on the right of the light blue jerseys of Gainesville Area Rowing. But as I said, everybody is sort of still in it, with the exception of the fact that Miami Beach has a commanding lead, some clear water, and they're going to be able to play defense all the way down the race course at this point. Although, as I mentioned earlier, for the coxswain, it becomes a little bit interesting in that Miami Beach boat, because the coxswain really cannot, unless he or she gets up, look back and see where the boats are that are pushing them. So it becomes a little bit of self-motivation for the rowers as they come through halfway and they approach 500 meters to go. You can see a picture there. Miami Beach has extended their open water lead. It's about a length of open water now, and the boats that are going for the other medals currently are Capital City and Edgewater. Capital City appears to be in the silver medal position. We'll see exactly as they come through 500 meters to go where they stand, but it looks like Capital City, at a relatively low stroke rate, is holding off at the moment Edgewater. So remember, Edgewater is one of the heat winners. Capital City finished in second place in their heat. You can see a length of open water from Miami Beach coming through with 500 to go. It's Capital City with a full length, maybe a seat of open water on third place Edgewater. Fourth place is Plant High School. Plant High School trying to grab an overlap with Edgewater and see if they can't go for that bronze medal. And then you see it is still very close, and still connected are Sebastian River and First Coast, along with Plant, who is sitting in fourth. So really a great race, almost 4 connected boats for the bronze medal right now behind Miami Beach and Capital City. Those are the two out in front. This is the boys varsity for a final. They're rowing for a trophy and medals. Miami Beach trying to go start to finish just as their women did earlier in the varsity four. And we'll see if we can get a stroke rating on Miami Beach. We'll see what they have to do to play defense here on Capital City, Edgewater, and Plant High School, who are all pushing them down the race course. Little bit of a steering bobble there, looks like, for Hillsborough High School in lane 6, who is right next to Gainesville. They've got a good match race going on. Remember, it's 8 boats across. Starting to wind it up is Miami Beach, and they are going at about a 38 stroke a minute clip. And Capital City really showing a push here. Looks like they saved some energy, but they're going to run out of water. It's going to be Miami Beach with another gold medal here in a varsity 4. They are following their women to the top of the podium. It is Miami Beach with a full length of open water victory over Capital City. Capital City with almost a length of open water over third place bronze medal to Edgewater High School. And then it's going to be HB Plant High School ahead of First Coast, who will finish a half a length ahead of Sebastian River. And finishing up here in front of us, it's Hillsborough High School, who is going to finish up in 7th place in the state of Florida, half a length ahead of Gainesville area rowing. Great race start to finish, really a commanding victory there for Miami Beach Rowing Club. Obviously, the strategy was to get in front and to stay in front, and that's exactly what they did. So hats off to Miami Beach with a gold medal. Second place, Capital City. Third place, Edgewater High School. That was the boys varsity 4. The next race on the race course will be the girls varsity 8 petite final.
Okay, our next race is the girls varsity 8 petite final. It's a 3-boat race with North Orlando, Team Tampa, and Tampa Catholic.
All right, good to hear Joe. He's headed back down. We will have full coverage of the girls varsity 8A final, including Joe as they get into the line. But before that, we have a 3-boat B final for the girls varsity 8, contesting places 9 through 11 in the state of Florida in the girls varsity 8. And as Joe remarked, in lane 0, furthest from the cameras, we have North Orlando. In lane 1, we have Team Tampa, and in lane 2, we have Tampa Catholic. So it's a 3-boat sort of match race, almost similar to what you would see at the collegiate level, where you've got a couple of teams that show up on a weekend and race each other, try to test speeds, and we'll see how they shape up as they approach 500 meters. But this is a start for our 8s this morning for the varsity 8s. And we're starting here with the girls varsity 8B final. Really good shot there. The blue boat is North Orlando. The white boat just below it is Team Tampa. And you can tell that they're almost really very close to level early on in this race. And we'll see exactly where they stand when they come through 500 meters on our camera. They're hitting that 500-meter point. It's about a half a length there, as you see, for North Orlando over Team Tampa. And the other boat that's in the race is Tampa Catholic. They should come into the picture momentarily. They will be just closer to the camera by one lane than Team Tampa. But it's North Orlando who's decided to go out and get the lead and see what they can do in terms of trying to give themselves a little bit more of a cushion on Team Tampa as these three boats come down the race course in this B final. You can see beautiful flat water. And like I said, the way that this is going to set up, if you just tuned into the broadcast, is your top qualifiers for each of these races are going to be furthest from the camera in all of these camera shots. The camera's on our wave attenuator stationary out here at Benderson Park. And the setup, given the conditions and the fact that the wind is coming out of the west, is that the top qualifiers will be furthest from the camera. And so you're going to see that in every single one of the races, not just the B finals, but also the A finals. And the top qualifiers being furthest from the camera, and the last qualifiers for each of these races being closest to the camera moving down. But it's beautiful, it's flat, it's a great fair race course as always. But you see it has really changed in terms of where they stood at 500 meters. You had an overlap between the boat from North Orlando and the boat from Team Tampa in this race, the B final of the girls varsity 8. Now you have a commanding, very large 25, 30 meter lead with 500 meters to go for North Orlando over that boat from Team Tampa, and Team Tampa with maybe even more distance between them and Tampa Catholic. So it's really spaced out for these three boats, again, contesting places 9 through 11 in the state of Florida in the women's varsity 8. And actually, you can see the bow woman in that Team Tampa boat as they come through 500 meters to go is not rowing. So there may be an equipment issue there, but that's very likely one of the reasons why North Orlando has started to kind of jet away from Team Tampa. And we'll see if that affects the distance that Team Tampa has on Tampa Catholic as they approach the last 250 meters, or at least your leader does. North Orlando in that blue boat, white blades. Nice rhythm in that 8. And they probably, given the cushion, don't really need to show a finish, but we'll see if they do, simply to test their speed and to see if they're going to move through to some other regattas down the line this year. Definitely want to show that you understand the race course with some of the championships being here. 36 strokes a minute, so they are showing their speed. We'll see if they wind it up. They're into the last 25 strokes, North Orlando, and you can see their lead about 30 or 40 open water meters ahead of second place Team Tampa, and then third place Tampa Catholic. For places 9 through 11 in the girls varsity 8, we're going to send it to Joe because we've got 8 boats across for the A final of the girls varsity 8 ready to go.
All right, it's just absolutely glorious down here. A little bit of overcast. All these crews are sitting at the catch. The green flag is up. They are pulling the crows instead of doing a quick start. And we're seeing the bow people is keep on bringing the boats so they're aligned. The judge referee up in the starting platform is very, very carefully looking down to make sure that we have a good alignment. He's reaching down for his red flag. Here we go, getting ready to go for the girls varsity 8 for the fastest women in the state of Florida. He's watching very carefully. He's got his flag. I don't know if you can see it on the camera. We're looking at the crew closest to us. And that's Hillsborough. And we've got a start in the girls varsity 8 for the state championship here in Florida. And it is too close to call. They're just absolutely screaming off the line. On the far side, it is Sarasota crew, but they are right even with lane 2, which is Winter Park. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, wow. They're all in it. This is fantastic rain. Sarasota crew has nudged their bow out for about a 3 foot over Winter Park. Oars is back, and then everybody's in there. And here comes lane 4, which is Capital City. Now they're in second place. Man, they are flying. They're still in their starting sequence, and now they're shifting down to the base, and it is almost amazing how close they are. On the outside, it is Sarasota Crew moving out to about 4 seats, and then in lane 1, it is Oars. Lane 2, Winter Park, and then Capital City's right in there. Pinecrest back about 4 feet. And our other crews, which is Hillsborough, Space Coast, and Plant, starting to drop off the pace. But Sarasota Crew is now really just sitting on our lane 1, which is Oars. Winter Park and Pinecrest dropping off the pace somewhat. David, this looks like it's going to be a fabulous race. Pass it over to you at the finish tower.
All right, thanks, Joe. Look how close it is coming through 500 meters. It's Sarasota Crew by maybe 3 seats on the other heat winner, that boat from Oars. You're seeing a lot of speed there, actually, from the boat from Capital City as well, really pushing in. And all 8 boats are still connected. 8 boats across of women's varsity 8s as they approach the halfway point. Somebody's gonna make a move, and is everybody else going to be able to go with them? We will see what happens as it comes down the course, but it's Sarasota Crew with a slight lead at 500 meters. As I said, it was maybe 3 seats, but Joe was showing you the excitement of just how close it is amongst all 8 of these boats. Everybody's still in the mix. It was a good start from Winter Park. Sarasota Crew at the far side of the race course. Pink Hats, Oars just 1 lane closer. Their times were very close in the heat. Sarasota Crew of 4:58, Oars with a 5-minute flat time. So 2 seconds separating those 2 heats. As I said, it's always so interesting how close heats are, given the fact that they don't know how fast the boats are going in the other heat. And those 2 boats on the screen, Sarasota Crew on the right, Oars on the left, are out from the field just a little bit. And coming into the picture there, you see Winter Park with the white hats. And just ahead of Winter Park is the boat from Pinecrest. And in front of both of them continues to be Capital City in that black boat with the red unisuit. So Capital City appears to be sitting in a bronze medal position. Are they going to be able to hang on to it? We're going to see a good picture at 500 meters to go there. You can see that Sarasota Crew has half a length on Oars. Oars has half a length of open water. And look how close it is. It's basically dead level, 3 boats. So who's going to have the biggest last 500 meters between Winter Park, Pinecrest, and Capital City to try to take a bronze medal? As Oars starts to go, big move out of Oars there at 500 meters. They're starting to close the gap on Sarasota Crew. So here we go. We got a race up front between Oars and Sarasota Crew for the gold medal. And then you've got a 3-boat connected race for the bronze medal. Will they pace each other into those other 2 boats? This is going to come down to it. Oars is very close now to Sarasota Crew. And we'll see what happens with the stroke ratings, with the race plans here from the coxswains. This one's going to come right down to the line. Winter Park trying to hang on for a bronze medal, but it looks like Pinecrest maybe has pushed themselves into a bronze medal position ahead of both Capital City and Winter Park. Those 3 boats separated by maybe half a length as Sarasota Crew starts to wind it up, and they start to move back out on Oars just a little bit. 39 strokes a minute for Sarasota Crew. We'll see what we've got for Oars. They're leaving it out here in the girls' varsity 8. Oars at 37, Sarasota Crew at 39, and it's Pinecrest. Pinecrest that is moving away and getting into that bronze medal position. Can Winter Park track them down? They're trying in those light blue jerseys. It is Sarasota Crew, half a length at the finish. Gold medal in the girls' varsity 8 ahead of Oars. Oars with half a length of open water, and it is going to be very close, but it's going to be unofficially Pinecrest hanging on to the bronze medal, a deck ahead of Winter Park in 4th. And then it's Capital City, who had a great row, but just let it get away from them a little bit in the last 500 meters, finishing in 5th ahead of Plant High School in 6th, and Space Coast in 7th, and finishing up is Hillsborough High School closest to the beach in lane 7. So unofficially, Sarasota Crew with the gold, Oars with the silver, and Pinecrest with the bronze in the girls' varsity 8. We'll send it down to Joe. The next race on the race course is the B final of the boys' varsity 8.
Excellent, David. It's great to be able to hear you today. And as David said, we've got some really great racing, and I really expect that this boys' varsity 8 petite final featuring Lake Brantley, North Orlando, Lyman, Melhi, and Cape Coral has the potential to be just a real battle going down. As David said, our regatta organizing committee recognized that we're having westerly winds right here. So the crews that finished highest are going to be on the preferred side, which is over to the west. And that for today, for this petite, is going to be Lake Brantley. And this is for 9th through 13th in the state of Florida for the varsity 8s. And watching here as our aligner is looking through his binoculars and talking directly to the stake boat holders, moving the crews in and out so the bows are exactly right. And from behind them, up on the starting platform, which used to be a pontoon boat called Miss Regatta, but now we have a real starting platform, the starter is watching all the crews to make sure they're all pointed correctly. So up there on the platform with him, and we're doing a quick start now. The line is up, and we're off. Here we go. Beautiful catches by the crew from Lake Brantley. They're just really hooking their oar into the water, and they haven't gone more than 150 meters, and they already have 5 seats on the field. And the seating is absolutely perfect. We have a chevron or an arrow where the lead crew is over on the far side. So Lake Brantley moving out on North Orlando. Lyman in third with the very familiar pattern on their oars of sunny side up like I used to have when I was at Navy. And followed by Melhi and Cape Coral. 250 in, and Lake Brantley has their coxswain looking over at the bow ball of North Orlando. Now they're into their base. And North Orlando is trying to hold on to Lake Brantley, but Lake Brantley now has broken out to open water, which means that looking over here, I can see water between the stern of Lake Brantley and North Orlando. Lyman is hanging in there, and it's a good battle between Melhi and Cape Coral. We're going to turn it right here at the 1,000-meter mark and pass it over to you. It looks like Lake Brantley is continuing to stride away from their competition in this race, the boys varsity 8 petite final. Pass it to you, David.
Thank you, Joe. It's Lake Brantley out in front. You saw it 500 meters in to our 1,500-meter race course. About 3 seats of open water on second place North Orlando. And then coming into the picture, you see the gold boat. That's Lyman High School. Lyman High School sitting in third place. And then it's essentially dead level between the other 2 boats in this B final, Melbourne High School and Cape Coral, that are the 2 boats closest to the camera. So it's starting to kind of space out. As Joe said, the seeding coming in, or the results that put these boats in their respective lanes, were holding up, and they continue to be holding up, with Lake Brantley out in front, out of lane 0, furthest from the cameras. North Orlando trying to see if they can maybe grab an overlap again with Lake Brantley that they have lost. And then Lyman High School trying to push or pace themselves away from Melbourne High School and Cape Coral. But those 3 boats are much closer to one another than the 2 boats that are out in front. Lake Brantley really showing some speed. Oftentimes, the winner of the petite final sometimes throws down a time that could have been competitive in the A final. You know, maybe they just had a bad row and just sort of missed out on the A final yesterday. You never really know exactly what happened, but you can see Lake Brantley with a full length of open water now as they come through with 500 meters to go, ahead of that boat in second place from North Orlando. And then it's Lyman continuing to be ahead of Melbourne High School and Cape Coral. And if we get a picture of those boats coming through, we'll see that they're all pretty close to one another. But Lyman is certainly in third place. And then you have a very close connection, about a half a length separating Melbourne High School and Cape Coral. There you go as they come through. You see it's actually only a deck that Melbourne High School has on Cape Coral. So we're talking about maybe 7 or 8 feet at 500 meters to go. So that's how competitive and close it is amongst these boats coming down to contest places 9 through 13 in the state of Florida in the boys' first varsity 8. It's Lake Brantley High School way out in front. It is North Orlando with a considerable distance between them and third place Lyman. Lyman trying to pull away. They've got about a length now on this great race going on, match race between Melbourne High School and Cape Coral Rowing Club. So that's what's left here. And that it looks like it's going to finish up probably in the order that we just remarked. Melbourne High School starting to pull away a little bit from Cape Coral, but that's really the race that is left here in terms of the last 250 meters to see if anything changes. So before we send it to Joe for the A final, we'll run through the field one more time. Lake Brantley High School about to cross the finish line and win the B final in the boys varsity 8 ahead of North Orlando. And then it's Lyman High School in the gold boat trying to hold off the charge from Melbourne High School and Cape Coral. We're going to send it to Joe for the start of the A final of the boys varsity 8.
Thank you, David. Well, as they used to say in old Wendy's commercial, where's the beef? And I'm sitting there saying, here's the beef. This is where all the muscle and all the power and all the speed is. Sitting over there in a preferred lane 0 is Sarasota Crew with their hard-fought competitors of Berlin Bowls, Space Coast, Oars, Winter Park, Pinecrest, and Episcopal. We have alignment. The green flag is up. Watch very carefully on the Jumbotron. There it is. The red flag is up, and we have a start. It's too close to call between Berlin and Sarasota Crew. Back a little bit is the Bowl School. Even with the Bowl School is Space Coast. Oars back. Winter Park is back a little bit, and as is Pinecrest and Episcopal. Right now it's dead solid even between between Sarasota Crew and Berlin. Fast as you can go. Stroke for stroke, these two powerhouses for the state of Florida are just matching up so beautifully. Their coxswains are looking over left and right. It depends on whose oar is in the water. That is first and second tie between those two boats, rowing in two beautiful Hudsons. And then here comes the blue boat of lane three, which is Space Coast. Space Coast is very, very comfortable, about a half a deck down, or half a boat down. But it is Sarasota Crew nudging about a foot and a half ahead of Berlin. Wow, David, you've got yourself a barn burner as we toss it to you for the last 1,000 of the big dogs eating. David, toss it to you.
Look at this. Look at this race through 500 meters. It is dead level between Sarasota Crew and Belen Jesuit. Belen Jesuit in that gold boat. Sarasota Crew in lane 0, just above them on the camera shot in a white boat. And you can see, obviously, as we have with the other A finals, 8 boats across, you can see a lot of commotion here. If you're out there and you're listening, you're hearing 8 coxswains trying to motivate their rowers. We're seeing a lot of different relative speeds. You saw even a really good fast start from Pinecrest all the way out in lane 6 in those first 500 meters. So we're seeing everybody sort of throwing everything at it. But we've got Sarasota Crew coming in and qualifying in a time of 4:22, and Belen Jesuit qualifying and winning their heat in a time of 4:23. So on paper, we looked at it and we thought this is going to be the match race probably for the gold medal. But you can see in the picture, Space Coast crew is sitting in a third place position ahead of the boat from the Bowl School. And so currently sitting in third place and trying to hang on to an overlap with Sarasota crew and Belen Jesuit is that boat from Pinecrest on the left side of the screen, the black boat, that's Pinecrest. So we'll see what happens as they move down, but it continues to be a match race up front. It's maybe a lead for Sarasota crew. We'll see exactly as they come through. There you go. It's a deck lead for Sarasota crew, 8 or 10 feet ahead of Belen Jesuit with 500 meters to go. So we'll see as they continue to push what happens. You can see there Space Coast crew sitting in a third place position. Winter Park there in a black boat with the orange, white, and black blades is trying to really push into the Bowl School. So we've got some Scholastic boats behind that boat from Belen Jesuit that's challenging Sarasota crew that are all trying to get into the mix for the medals here and trying to win the Scholastic Championship. It's Sarasota crew trying to hang on. Here comes Belen Jesuit, though. Belen Jesuit tried to wind it up there at 500 meters. It looked like they closed the gap just a little bit on Sarasota. Sarasota maybe starting to push back out a little bit. It's Space Coast continuing to be in a bronze medal position, and it's Winter Park showing a lot of medal out there in lane 5 trying to get into Space Coast. It's Sarasota crew maybe starting to pull away as they start to wind up the stroke rating. 41 strokes a minute for Sarasota crew. Belen Jesuit in the gold boat, one lane closer to us. 37 strokes a minute for Belen Jesuit. So it's Sarasota crew deciding to go using that stroke rating, and it looks like they're going to hold off Belen Jesuit in the boys varsity 8. It is going to be another gold medal for Sarasota crew, and they're going to finish it in style, moving away 3/4 of a length victory ahead of Belen Jesuit. Belen Jesuit will finish in second place, half a length of open water ahead of Space Coast, and with a really good last 500, getting into fourth place is the Bowl School, pushing back ahead of Winter Park, who is in fifth. Then it's Oars, Pinecrest, and finishing up is Jacksonville Episcopal. Man, hot and heavy. All of those boats finishing in about 10 seconds in that boys varsity 8, a final unofficially won by Sarasota crew, 3/4 of a length ahead of Belen Jesuit, and third place, Space Coast. We'll go ahead and send it down to Joe. The next race is another A final. It is the girls' lightweight 4. Yesterday, it was a race for lanes that was very close at the finish. Only 1 second separating your top 2 qualifiers, Miami in lane 0 and First Coast in lane 1. So they'll be next to each other coming down, realizing that over 1,500 meters yesterday, they were separated by a second. Those are your top 2 qualifiers. The next race is the girls' lightweight 4.
Thank you, David. Well, in the last race, I was saying, where's the beef? Here's the beef. Now, these are the lean, mean fighting machines of the girls' lightweight 4s. All these women had to make weight, and now it's a very, very even race because they're all the same size, just like lightweight rowing in college. We have the alignment flag is up. Zori's looking over, watching the alignment flag, passing it along to the starter. And our starter is definitely taking command of this starting place, talking very, very carefully to these coxswains, telling them when and when he won't recognize their hands, because he is going to get this show on the road. Okay, he's got his flag. He's telling the crews, because the wind is starting to come out of the west or southwest, the person that is in bow, or whoever has the starboard bow or the bow oar on the starboard side, is supposed to keep on sculling, keep on bringing their boat around, because if they get blown downwind, we can have ourselves a interesting evolution right here. The crew, which is over here from Stewart's Foundation, is having a little bit of a difficulty sculling around in order to get their bow up into the wind. When you start with this type of port quarter crosswind, you actually have to point almost out of the lane, and they are drifting across. Here we go, and we have a start. Here we go. So as David said, we expect that Miami and First Coast, who is ranked first and second, in order to be right in it. But right now, it is First Coast dropping back a little bit, and Miami and Lake Brantley are starting to push out on the field. Lake Brantley is really staying up high in their starting sequence, and they're really paying good dividends. And it is just about 2 feet between Miami over there in lane 0 and Lake Brantley in lane 3. The other crew which is doing very, very well is Capital, as well as the Bowl School. They are holding in. But right now, our first three going at the 750 is Miami in first place with their coxswain looking over at the bow ball of Lake Brantley, and then First Coast back. In the black boat, it is the Bowl School, and they're solid in fourth place. But our first three are just about ready to break off. Yes, they now have open water on the field, so their first three is really starting to move along. Miami has now opened up to about a 3-seat lead, and you could throw a blanket over First Coast and Lake Brantley. Miami is still starting to push away. Very, very smooth. David, you guys ought to be getting a good picture. First Coast is now starting their Power 10 a little bit early, and we'll see whether or not they can move into Miami. And it's going to be very interesting for these three lead crews. Toss it to you, David.
All right, here we go. We have three boats that are out in front and connected for the medals here. They are the top qualifiers. It's Miami, it's First Coast, it's Lake Brantley. They're all rowing in white boats there at the top of your screen. And then you have four boats connected behind them for places 4 through 7 in the state of Florida. Those boats are Bowls, Oars, Capital City, and Stewards, from furthest to from the camera to closest. So up front, really it's still up in the air for all of the medals. At 500 meters, it was within a seat or two between Miami and First Coast, but Lake Brantley also had a half a length overlap with both of those boats. So we're looking at a very exciting race here in the girls lightweight 4. As I said, coming in, the race yesterday was a race for lanes, and you had Miami Rowing Club and First Coast separated by only a second over 1,500 meters. So we'll see what happens as they come down and get into the last 500 meters. You are starting to see, and I am from my camera, starting to see those two boats pull away. It's actually First Coast deciding to go first, deciding to take the lead at 500 meters to go on Miami, and that's how it's going to be, as you see, and we get the beautiful shot straight across at 500 meters to go, or 1,000 meters into our 1,500-meter race course here for our 2021 FSRA Sweep Championships. You can see it's actually going to be maybe a little bit of open water there for First Coast. So a commanding lead that they decided to get in that second 500 meters. First Coast in the driver's seat with half a length of open water ahead of Miami. Miami with maybe a seat of open water on third place, Lake Brantley High School. And then here we go with the other boats connected coming through. Those two black boats you can see are dead level. That's the Bowl School and Oars. And then you've got a connection there between Capital City and Stewards Foundation as they come through that last 500 meters. So First Coast, to my eye, looks like they continue to move away from Miami. So very interesting how First Coast, maybe they just didn't have their best race yesterday. Maybe they just didn't show everything. And they decided to really show it in the second 500 meters of this girls' lightweight for a final, because they are pulling away now and into the last 300 meters for First Coast ahead of Miami. And Miami is maybe starting to lose a little bit of speed and steam, and maybe Lake Brantley is getting into the mix for the silver medal. So we'll see if that race continues to shape up in that way. It looks like Lake Brantley took up their stroke rating to try to see what they could do to start tracking down Miami, which is a gutsy move, but the coxswain might have said, look, let's see if we can find some speed here. Let's take it up, and I'm going to let you know if you're starting to close the gap on Miami, in which case let's see if we can go for this silver medal. But it's good, clear, flat water out in front for First Coast to win a gold medal in the girls' lightweight for the state of Florida for 2021 here at Nathan Benderson Park. And you can see almost a connection between Miami and maybe losing steam, maybe because they went a little bit early, is Lake Brantley. But those are your top three going for the medals here in the girls' lightweight 4. But it's going to be First Coast with a gold medal in the girls' lightweight 4 out of lane 1 in style. About 3 or 3.5 boat lengths of open water ahead of Miami. Miami sitting in the silver medal position, a length ahead of bronze medal Lake Brantley, and that is how they will finish. Miami with the silver, Lake Brantley with the bronze. And then here we go with the Bowles School, half a length ahead of Oars, and they will hang on to that gap. So Bowles finishing in 4th ahead of 5th place Oars. And then it's going to be 6th place Capital City with 3/4 of a length at the finish line ahead of Stewart's Foundation. So again, to recap the medals, it is First Coast with the gold, Miami with the silver, and Lake Brantley with the bronze in the girls' lightweight 4. And the next race on the race course will be the boys' lightweight 4, and we'll send it to Joe.
Okay, just past 1,000 meters. Plant High School is really dominating this race. They have about a length and a half of open water. Second place is Hillsborough High School, followed by First Coast, back a length. So fairly well spread out. Toss it to you at the finish line, David.
All right, this is our 3-boat A final in the boys' lightweight 4. So all 3 of these boats are going to take medals in this lightweight 4 event. Way out in front is the boat in lane 0, furthest from the camera. That's Plant High School. Plant High School with several boats of open water ahead of a connected Hillsborough High School and First Coast in lanes 1 and 2 in adjacent lanes there. Does look like to me First Coast is sitting in second place ahead of Hillsborough High School as they come down and come through the halfway point. And your leader, Plant High School, in lane 0, approaches 500 meters to go. And so you can see it on the screen. And as they approach probably 10 strokes from that sign that says 1,500 meters on our 2,000-meter race course here at Nathan Benderson Park. Beautiful shot of your gold medal leader here, Plant High School, and really showing how they can move the boat and let it run out. That is a low stroke rating to be sitting in first place in a lightweight event. 34 strokes a minute for Plant High School coming through, and you can see the gap. It's more than 50 meters of open water back to your second place boat there. Coming through is Hillsborough High School, and you can see that the boat from First Coast is trying to grab an overlap now with Hillsborough High School. So the real race that's going on here is for the silver medal. Is Hillsborough High School going to be able to hang on in the last 400 meters to that length that they had at 500 to go? Or is First Coast going to be able to find some speed and show similar speed to their girls 4 that just came through and won the gold medal in the girls installment of the lightweight 4? But it's for the silver medal this time. It's Hillsborough High School sitting in the silver medal position ahead of First Coast. but way out in front is HB Plant High School out of Tampa, sitting in lane 0, white boat, gold jerseys out in front of the field. And just using the nice flat water is Plant High School. We'll see if they take it up. No real reason for them to do so. At this point, you just want to make sure you play defense and don't make any mistakes. And you're going to take that trophy back to Tampa with you. It is going to be Plant High School taking the gold medal in the boys' lightweight 4. Nice, very clinical row, just rowed away from the field from the get-go. And it's Hillsborough High School moving away now from the boat from First Coast. First Coast doesn't look like they're quite up at speed. I don't know if they had a little bobble there that I missed, but they're a little bit lower stroke rating-wise than Hillsborough High School. Hillsborough High School is going to take the silver medal in the boys' lightweight 4, and First Coast will take the bronze. And we're going to send it back to Joe because we're on the race course with the A final of the girls' lightweight 8.
Thank you, David. This is a 4-boat race. On the far side is Miami, followed by Sora, Winter Park, and Miami Beach. Looks extremely close, where Miami Beach has a lead, and then second place crew is now lane 2, which is Winter Park. Miami Beach B is trailing a little bit, and Sora is back a little bit. So Miami is out with about a 4-seat lead at coming up into 500 meters over Winter Park. Sora is solidly in third place, about 3 seats back from Winter Park. Miami Beach B is slightly overlapped with Sora, but barely in it. And right now it's Miami Beach A starting to open up on the field. They now have a 6-seat advantage over second place Winter Park. And Winter Park has about a 4-seat advantage over Sora. Miami Beach B gamely staying in it off the back about a half a length of open water. So it looks very, very clean for Miami Beach A, and an excellent race between them and Winter Park. Toss it to you, David.
All right, thanks, Joe. On the race course is the girls' lightweight 8. It's a 4-boat race, so only one of these boats is not going to take home a medal. And in lane 0, your leader, as they came through, was Miami Beach. They had about a length on on Winter Park. Winter Park sitting in second place ahead of South Orlando. And then Miami Beach B boat is sitting in the 4th place position currently. So we knew Miami Beach was fast. In terms of the race for lanes yesterday, they finished 9 seconds ahead of second place South Orlando. But we will see what happens here in the second half of the race between South Orlando and Winter Park. I think that's where the racing is going to be amongst these boats. South Orlando, maybe with not the greatest start that they've ever had. It's Winter Park really showing a lot of speed there, sitting in a very solid second place position, maybe trying to start challenging the Miami Beach A boat that's out in front, because both of those boats are clear water ahead of South Orlando. So a little bit different than what we saw yesterday in terms of how the boats finished up. But I think we saw, I could be wrong, but I think we saw a mistake in the Winter Park boat towards the end of that race yesterday. So that might be why they're sitting there in sort of the third qualifying position. But it is really close now, and in fact, it could be a lead for Winter Park. We'll see exactly as they come through into the last 500 meters where they stand. And it does look like as they come through, you see on the sign there, it's Winter Park actually in the lead. So again, Winter Park, not the best race yesterday, and you never know what the race plan is, and maybe it's not to show everything. Let's see if Winter Park can hang on to a gold medal. They are half a length ahead of Miami Beach as they come through with 500 meters to go. Can they hang on to it out in front in the light blue of the Winter Park High School women? It is Miami Beach up in the blue shell with the white blades up in lane 0. Sitting in second place, it's the bright Volt green hats of South Orlando sitting in a bronze medal position in between the two. But you can see that there is clear water back of a couple of boat lengths between this battle up front, although Winter Park's starting to row away with it just a little bit out of lane 2. It's Winter Park High School coming into the last 250 meters in the girls' lightweight 8A final, trying to take home a gold medal and a trophy to Winter Park, Florida. Are those women in lane 2, and they are really starting to press away. It's almost a length here. Can Miami Beach show some speed? Are they going to be able to figure it out here in the last 20 strokes to the line? I don't think they're going to be able to catch Winter Park. So it's Winter Park really showing it. Let's see if we can get a cadence on Winter Park. They're starting to wind it up. Coxon can look over to her left and say, look, you hang on to it, no mistakes, 43 strokes a minute. Let's finish this thing up. And they're doing it in style again, moving away from Miami Beach is Winter Park High School. A couple strokes from the finish line for a gold medal in the girls' lightweight 8. And they will finish 3/4 of a boat length of open water ahead of second place Miami Beach. Miami Beach with 2 boat lengths of open water on third place South Orlando. South Orlando will finish with the bronze medal ahead of the B entry from Miami Beach. So we're going to send it back to Joe to recap. It's Winter Park High School with the gold, Miami Beach with the silver, and South Orlando with the bronze.
Yeah, stand by for some outstanding racing in this, our boys' lightweight 8. And it is 2 of the powerhouses of Florida with Berlin Jesuit and Miami Rowing Club out in our outside lanes, just right on top of each other. They're starting to walk away from the rest of the field. Winter Park is dropping back, as is Miami Beach. But our 2 fantastic national speed rowing teams in the lightweight is Berlin Jesuit and Miami. And Miami is moving out just a little bit. Miami has about, well, it depends upon whose oar is in the water, but it's Miami and Berlin walking away from the field. We've got ourselves a great match race coming down to you. David, it is based upon whose oar is in the water. I'm watching these bows, seas back and forth, and it looks like Berlin is starting to be a little bit smoother at the release. I can't tell. This is beautiful. You're going to just absolutely love it. Ladies and gentlemen, great racing here for the boys varsity 8 for the gold medal in the state of Florida between Berlin and Miami. Toss it to you, David.
Wow, look at that. It was whoever was in the water was in the lead at 500 meters between Berlin Jesuit and Miami. They have a match race going on here for the gold medal in the boys lightweight 8. The race for lanes, Berlin Jesuit finished 4 seconds ahead of Miami yesterday. So Miami deciding maybe that they want to make sure that they don't let Berlin get away from them early, as Berlin in the gold boat starts to maybe push out just a little bit from Miami. And you can see in the screen all 4 of the boats here. Only one is going to miss out on the medals. The other boats in the race, Winter Park High School in lane 2, Miami Beach Rowing Club in lane 3. Miami Beach in the bright blue boat, and Winter Park High School in a black boat with the orange, black, and white blades. And you can still see up front, it's still a match race. It's still a back and forth between Berlin Jesuit and Miami for the gold medal as they come through the halfway point and they approach 500 meters to go. And to my eye, they're not only still connected, but they really have pushed away from those other 2 boats. It looks like Miami Beach may be sitting in a bronze medal position ahead of Winter Park at the moment. And you can see, and we're going to get a beautiful shot as they come through 500 meters to go of these 2 boats out in front. The gold boat is Berlin Jesuit. They have a very long history now of winning championships even at the national level in this event, the boys lightweight 8. This is the event that they have sort of owned. Some of the most dominance that we have seen of any 8 in the entire country in any particular event is Berlin Jesuit in the boys lightweight 8. And at 500 meters to go, they have pulled away from Miami by about a half a length, has Belen Jesuit in the gold boat ahead of Miami. And then you see Miami Beach in the bright blue boat is ahead of Winter Park for that bronze medal. So can Miami find some speed here? They're going to have to go early to try to get into Belen Jesuit. And I actually am, to my eye, starting to see Miami go. Are they going to be able to track down Belen Jesuit, who made a move there before 500 meters to go to get themselves a half a length after, for much of the race, it being really just a back and forth, very, very close race between those two. So it's Belen Jesuit trying to win another gold medal in this event, the boys lightweight 8, and they are now starting to push away from Miami. Let's see if we can get a stroke rating, a cadence strike rate on Belen Jesuit, 37 strokes a minute. Miami a little bit higher than that. It's Belen Jesuit in the gold medal position. It's Miami in the silver medal position. And it's Winter Park trying to wind it up, trying to track down Miami Beach. Miami Beach sitting in a bronze medal position. But it's going to be Belen Jesuit by a full length at the finish line. Gold medal for Belen Jesuit in the boys lightweight 8 ahead of Miami. And it's Miami Beach that maintains about a half a length here on Winter Park for the bronze medal in this boys lightweight 8. It's going to be 3 Miami or South Florida area boats taking home the medals in the boys lightweight 8 as Miami Beach comes across the line half a length ahead of 4th place Winter Park. Awesome race there in the boys lightweight 8. The next race on the race course will be the girls junior 4B final, and it will be a 9-boat race as we send it down to Joe.
Excellent. I just want to talk to all you college lightweight coaches in the Ivy League and other places. Pay very, very careful attention to this wonderful racing you just saw from these lightweight crews here in Florida. These guys know how to move a boat. So if you want your program to move, look at recruiting these kids. They really know how to move a boat. So right now we are showing some historic perspective. We are using all 9 lanes here at Nathan Benderson. And there isn't a place, I don't think there's a place in the world that's big enough that can handle this, except maybe back in the 30s when they used to row 10 across or 20 across on the Hudson River or down on the Ohio River. But this is going to be awesome for the girls junior 4. For the next 4 races, we're going to be using all 9 lanes. Wow, that's awesome. So if you're up there and you're looking at the camera view of the start, you're going to see more crews lined up here probably than you will see just about any other place in the world. And this is a capability which was built into this race course, and one of the reasons why they spent so much time and money dredging out the west side in order to accommodate all these crews. So, wow, look at this, 9 lanes. So we have over there in lane 0, Hillsborough, then Gar, Boone, First Coast, Mel High A, Mel High B, Cape Coral, Hollywood, and then in the lane closest to us, in lane 8, is Vero Beach. So this has the potential of being a nightmare for the aligner and the starter, but knowing our starter, he will take positive command of this and really make sure that our crews are doing what's called sculling around. In other words, keeping their bow pointed not straight down the race course, which is not what you want to do. You want to actually have your bow point over to the left because the wind is coming in on the left side. These boats are all being held by their stern, which is the very back end of the boat, and the bow is not being held. So in other words, it will pivot based upon where that stern is. So some of these crews are doing a little bit better job than others, and trust me, the starter will provide necessary direction and motivation for these crews to get pointed. And then once they get ready, he's gonna watch them very carefully, and he'll watch as the crews swing from their bows being pointed up into the wind, and then start them as they come across. So this is top-notch refereeing here right now. It looks like everybody's in good position right now, with the possible exception of the crew over there in lane 0, which is Hillsborough High School. Okay, we have a quick start. A liner is ready. He's going to look at him. And 9 boats across. Here we go. Those coxswains are going to be using those rudders to get them back on the buoy line. The crew from Hollywood has strayed a little bit out of their lane, but our early leader did not show their speed early on. It is in lane 3, which is First Coast. They may have been just kind of sitting there chilling, but lane 3, First Coast, is out there to almost a half a length. And lane 4, which is Mel High, is going right along with them. Our fastest qualifier, Hillsborough High School, is back in the pack. Wow, this is a big surprise. We're supposed to have a chevron, but obviously some of those crews didn't get the memo. Also playing in there really strongly is Cape Coral. Woohoo, here we go. So in lane 3, it is First Coast, and they have about a half a length over lane 4, which is Mel High. And then over to is Gar. Gar is in 3rd place. This is not the way it's supposed to be, but man, I'll tell you what, they're really showing some speed. I'm sitting there watching First Coast coxswain, looking over left and right, getting an idea of where they're at, extolling their crew. It's really good thinking for them to see where they are in relation to the other crews. It looks like lane 4 is trying to move on First Coast. Yes, they are. They're starting to inch on up there. And over there, it's Gar. So it's a 3-boat race, David. This is going to be exciting. We'll see whether or not that coxswain from First Coast sitting up, looking at what's going on, can help his crew maintain a lead as they go in for the last 1,000 meters. Toss it to you, David.
All right, as they came through 500, first of all, I want to remark about the fact that we have a 9-boat race here. This is the only venue in America you're going to see 9 boats across. It's very exciting to be able to do that, and you're only going to see it here at Nathan Benderson Park. As you saw them come through 500 meters, First Coast was in the lead just slightly. They were being pushed by really all of the boats around them. It was awesome to see the camera picture because there were so many boats in the mix there as they came through. Looking down the race course from my eye, it looks like we still have First Coast, Melbourne High School, and Gainesville area rowing that are kind of contesting here the top 3 spots in this B final of the girls Junior 4. A very well-attended event. We saw 3 heats of this event yesterday. And they're coming down the race course, 9 covered lanes, and it's starting to space out just a little bit. You can see a beautiful picture. We're getting at least 5 or 6 boats in all of these camera shots just because they're not separated by very much water, about 3 boat lengths separating 5 or 6 boats as they come through the halfway point of the race and they approach 500 meters to go. Again, it's the girls Junior 4 B final, and all the way up in lane 0 is Hillsborough High School, and lane 1 is Gainesville, and lane 2 is Boone. Lane 3 is First Coast B entry. Lane 4 is Melbourne High School. Lane 5 is Melbourne B. So 2 teammate boats right next to each other. Lane 6 is Cape Coral. Lane 7 is Hollywood B entry. And those same 3 boats are still out in front of the field. And you can see as they come through 1,000 meters, that they're separated by maybe a half a length. Now it's a lead for Gainesville of about a deck over that boat from First Coast, and First Coast maybe with a half a length on Melbourne High School. So those are your top three, and all three are connected. So any one of those three boats could win this B final in this last 500 meters, depending upon what they do. Also in the screen there, you see lane 7, Hollywood, with the light blue and orange jerseys on the screen. Really getting into the mix there is Hollywood. They very well might be sitting in 4th place, which would be quite a step up from how they finished yesterday in the heats. But out in front, it's Gainesville, so they were sitting kind of in 2nd place for a while until about halfway behind First Coast. The First Coast B entry, we'll see the First Coast A boat in the A final, as they were one of the top qualifiers for that A final. But the B boats here showing the depth of First Coast sitting in 2nd place behind Gainesville. It's Gainesville in the white boat with the black jerseys, and you actually see a stern-coxed boat from Gainesville there in 1st place, meaning that the coxswain is sitting in the stern and is actually looking the stroke woman in the face, which is not the norm anymore. But it is a good way for the boat to get a good amount of coaching out of that coxswain as they come down the race course, as opposed to the coxswain laying down in the bow of the boat. You can see the coxswain in the First Coast boat really looking to the left, looking at that Gainesville boat. They're trying to track him down as First Coast. Who's going to finish this thing and win the B final? It's Gainesville, maybe losing their point just a little bit there, trying to finish in the center of the lane, trying to hold off First Coast. First Coast pulling away a little bit from Melbourne High School. Those are your top three. It's still Hollywood closest to the beach here, sitting in 4th place. And you can see the boats connected behind Hollywood. It's going to be Gainesville is going to win the B final of the girls junior 4, ahead of First Coast by half a length. First Coast with a full length of open water ahead of Melbourne High School, who will finish in 3rd place. And then it's Hollywood B out of lane 7, finishing in 4th place. A good race, very close between Cape Coral and Boone High School. For 5th place, is going to come right down to it. It's going to be Cape Coral by about a deck over Boone High School in 5th and 6th, respectively. Then it's coming through is the boat from Hillsborough High School ahead of Melbourne High School B. So we're going to send it to Joe up and Vero Beach coming through there at the end. So we're going to send it to Joe for the A final of the girls junior 4.
Thank you, David. Oh, it's so nice to be able to hear you and be able to understand what took place. Wonderful, wonderful moves. Just being ahead at the 1,000 doesn't necessarily achieve victory, does it? All right, so we've got 9 boats again here. This is our second 9-boat race. And we had a start. We have First Coast, Miami, Halifax, Holy Name, Sora, Hollywood, Berkeley Prep, Rocks, and Manatee. Great start. It looks like lanes First Coast and Miami. It looks like Miami's moving out on the field, followed by lane 3, which is Holy Names. And then very, very close in behind them is Halifax and Sora. Halifax and Sora. Sora is now moving into 2nd place, trying to move on Miami. Very, very relaxed rowing, handling this tailwind very nicely. So our lead crew continues to be Miami. And then lane 4, which is Sora, Holy Names, and Halifax. And First Coast are just really, really close to each other. Miami's starting to press away. They're really hanging on the oars and really sending the boat. First Coast starting to drop back a little bit. correction, Sora is starting to drop back a little bit. On the outside, it is First Coast asserting their will, starting to close on Miami. Just a little bit of overlap between Sora on Miami, and then in third place over there is First Coast. Toss it to you, David. It looks like you're going to have a great call with a lot of action coming towards you in the final of the girls' Junior 4.
All right, Miami out in front by about a length at 500 meters. And you saw First Coast was moving well. We have 9 boats across again. I think we have a full 9 this time as I look down the race course with Manatee up there in actually lane 00. But you have Miami coming into this thing, qualifying, winning their heat in a time of 5:39, which was some 14 seconds better than First Coast, who also won their heat, and Holy Names that won the other heat was about 16 or 17 seconds behind Miami. So coming in, we figured Miami would be the fastest of these women's Junior 4s, but by how much? And also relative speeds are relative speeds. So if these other heat winners were not pushed by the boats behind them, you never know if they really showed and if the times matter. But it is Miami out in front, and it does look like, to my eye, First Coast is up there along with Halifax and Holy Names sort of going for the medals. I'm also seeing those Volt hats out there in lane 4 from Sora that are in the mix. So this is a race for medals in the girls' Junior 4. This is the A final, and Miami is out in front in that dark boat, and then everything is sort of up for grabs. We'll see exactly what it looks like as they come through about 850 meters, as they get to the 1,000-meter point, and they come in with 500 meters left. All we know right now is that Miami is pretty well out in front. It does look like you've got First Coast and Sora that are really contesting the silver medal at the moment. And will anybody else be able to push into those 2 boats from Sora and First Coast? Will Halifax, any of these other Holy Names get into the mix? You can see Miami, a full length of open water. Sora is actually sitting in the silver medal position there with those bright green hats. And then in third place is First Coast. And in 4th place is a boat from Halifax. And all 3 of those boats are connected. So we have 3 boats connected for 2 medals behind Miami. It's South Orlando with 500 meters to go, sitting in the silver medal position. Will they be able to hang on to it as they start to get charges behind them from Halifax and the boat from First Coast? So First Coast is up there in lane 0. They're in a white boat. The boat a couple of lanes closer to the shore is the boat from Halifax. It's a black boat. South Orlando really commandingly moving away into 2nd place right now. And then it looks like trying to go with South Orlando is the boat from First Coast. And they might be leaving behind the boat from Halifax just a little bit. So at 500 meters to go, those 3 were connected, but now it's starting to space out with Halifax dropping back just a little bit. Maybe Halifax still with an overlap on the boat from First Coast, but it is still solidly and out in front with open water. Miami Rowing Club trying to win another 4 here at the Florida State Scholastic Sweep Championships, and they're out in front in that black boat with the Blue Blades. And they're playing defense into the last 15 strokes to win the girls' Junior 4. It's South Orlando still sitting in the silver medal position with the bright green hats. South Orlando trying to hold off that big push from First Coast up there. First Coast in the blue and white unisuits in the white boat. And starting to go again is Halifax. Halifax was a little bit closer with 500 to go as Miami wins the gold medal. And it's going to come right down to it. It's going to be connection for the silver medal, but it's going to be South Orlando finishing a half a length ahead of the bronze medal going to First Coast. 4th place, Halifax, a length behind First Coast. And then it's Hollywood coming through in lane 5 in 5th place, ahead of Holy Names in 6th place. And then it's Manatee up there, going to finish, it looks like, in 7th place, up there in lane 00, ahead of the boat in lane 6 from Berkeley Prep, and the boat in lane 7 from Rocks, in that order. That was the girls' Junior 4A final here at our 2021 Sweep Championships. We'll send it down to Joe at the start line. The next race is going to be the B final of the boys Junior 4.
Excellent. Thank you, David. Well, we're seeing the wind continue to blow at a 45-degree angle to these boats and really starting to challenge some of these crews to be able to get on the stake boat and to learn how to do what's called sculling. In sculling, what would happen is the person that is in two position, which is normally a port rower, would reach behind him or her and grab bow's oar and be able to pull it around. They still have not got it aligned yet, and these coxswains are going to have to tell their crews to keep on sculling in order to keep the point. You don't want to start pointing, have your bow pointing at another boat. That could be not very career enhancing for a coxswain. Okay. And our liner looks like his radio's now working, so he's now using his horn to talk to people. This can really be exciting for the coxswain and certainly for the rowers, because if you start off and all of a sudden you're out of your lane, you've got to use your rudder in order to get back in your lane. And whenever you use your rudder, you create drag. So you want to start right down, or you want to start where you want to go, on the direction you want to go, and maybe let the wind bring you around. But you don't want to be pointed downwind and then really have to really crank on your rudder in order to get back into the course. And oh boy, here comes a little puff of wind. I can feel it coming up, and it's going to really start blowing these guys around. A bunch of hands are going up, and that's the way they signal the starter that they're not ready to go. Okay, I've got hands in our two lanes closest to us, and that's the crews of Berkeley Prep and Plant. Okay, we have alignment. He's going to go. Yeah, the wind's really picking up, and what these coxswains have to do is they have to tell their rowers that they have to continually start pulling, keep on pulling it around. There you go, quick start. We have a start. 9 boats across. Only place in the United States and possibly in the world where you might see sprint racing on a buoy course. 9 boats across. Wow, this is exciting. Okay, looks like our early leader in this petite final didn't show their speed early on, and that is lane 3. Where were you guys hiding out? That is Vero Beach. Vero Beach is out for about a half a length on the field. In second place is Manatee County. In third place is Miami. In fourth place is Sora. So, looks like maybe Vero Beach was cruising and not showing their true speed, and they jumped on the field, and they continue to move away about a half a length over Manatee, and then it's too close to call between lane 2, which is Miami, and lane 5, which is Sora. The rest of the field dropping back somewhat. All right, lane 3, Vero Beach, starting to move away from Manatee. Rowing a couple beats higher than Manatee. Manatee's got some really big guys in that boat. Vero Beach a little bit smaller, striking at a little bit higher, about 2 beats higher rating. And Vero Beach now has open water on the field. Manatee in a solid second place. And in third place is Sora. Toss it to you there, David, at the finish line for the finish of the boys Junior 4 Petite Final.
All right, we got a pretty spaced out race here. It does look like Vero Beach was out in front at the 1,000-meter point, had maybe a little bit of open water. We got this 9-boat across situation yet again. I'm looking down the race course. I don't know that I see all 9 of the boats. I maybe see 8, but it's Vero Beach out in front. The second place boat appeared to be Manatee County as they came through. But you've got a pretty spaced out field. This is the B final of the boys Junior 4. And I'm just counting to my eye. I only see 8 boats. So not sure which one we don't have, and we'll see as they sort of come a little bit closer to us here. But it's Vero Beach. They were out in front of Manatee County. And then it's kind of anybody's race behind that. There's some boats. It looks like Sora is out there, maybe sitting in a third-place position. And then you've got a bunch of boats kind of connected and together. You got Berkeley Prep, you got Tampa Catholic, you got Miami Rowing Club, B-Boat, all look to be connected behind those top 3. So it's Vero Beach in front for sure. It's Manatee County sitting in second place, trying to hold off South Orlando. And on the race course, those are pretty spread out boats as well. There's lanes in between them all. So this is kind of this would be a fun one if I was laying down in one of those coxswain seats in those top 3 boats. Or in the second or third place boat, maybe the Sora boat. I'm looking over at some boats that I'm trying to track down with some motivation and with some moves, as you call it there. But you can see in the picture that's Vero Beach out in front, and then Manatee County in the dark boat with the dark unisuits, and then it's Sora coming into the picture there in the green hats, and the other boat on the picture is Miami. And those are sort of your leaders as they come through, your top 4 boats in this Junior 4B final. And I can't tell if we've got Boone High School or Space Coast. We'll be able to tell for sure as they come through. But we're missing one of those 2. You can see Vero Beach, they're already past 500 to go. They're into the last 400 meters of our race course, and they have open water on Manatee County. Manatee County still sitting in second place. So going for places 10 through 18 in the state of Florida in the boys Junior 4 are these boats coming at you. It's Vero Beach sitting in that 10th place overall position, winning this B final at the moment. Manatee County starting to wind it up, show some power there, at least, in that boat, trying to find some speed, see if they can catch Vero Beach. The Green Hats of South Orlando continuing to sit in a third-place position. And then it's Miami Rowing Club sitting in fourth place in that white boat with the dark blue blades with the vertical white stripe on them. And then it looks to me like the boat from Berkeley Prep is sitting in fifth. And they're trying to hold off Plant High School and Tampa Catholic. And then up at the top of the race course, it does look like to me it's Space Coast, not Boone High School, that is that 8th boat in the race. But it's Vero Beach coming across the line. They're going to win the B final by about 2.5 boat lengths of open water ahead of Manatee County. Manatee County finishing second ahead of what appears to be a solid third place of South Orlando out of lane 5. South Orlando finishing ahead of that B entry from Miami, who will finish fourth. And then everybody winding it up, everybody finishing into the red buoys that are remaining. Starting to see some real speed out of Space Coast up there in lane 00. Are they going to be able to push through and catch Berkeley Prep? Berkeley Prep here in lane 6 had been sitting in 5th place, and it's going to be actually really close to the line. It looks like it's going to be Space Coast that's going to finish ahead of Berkeley Prep, and then it's going to be the boat from Tampa Catholic trying to hold off the boat from Plant High School. They are going to come down maybe actually to a photo finish here between those two. Tampa Catholic and Plant High School right to the line. maybe separated by a couple of feet. That was the boys' B final. Boys Junior 4. We'll send it down to Joe, and he will set up the A final for you.
Thank you, David. Well, this is the last of the 9 boat races, at least for a little while, until around 10 o'clock. So all the way on the far side, we have Stewart's Foundation, then GAR, Treasure Coast, First Coast, Miami, Edgewater, Sarasota Scholars, Capital City, and ROCKS, Rowing Organization in Citrus County. So we fully expect that Treasure Coast and First Coast and Miami are seated first or seated highest because of their finish in their race yesterday. We'll see whether or not that bears fruit. Wind has come down a little bit, not quite as heavy as it has been rather. I do try to speak English sometimes. We have alignment. I don't know if you can see that green flag, and the referee has flag up. We have a start, and the boys, varsity Junior 4. All right. Well, somebody didn't get the memo that they're supposed to be slow, and that is Edgewater High School. Edgewater High School in lane 4 is starting to really stride out on the field. They've got about 3 feet over the second place crew, which is over in lane 1, which is Treasure Coast. I'm sorry, First Coast. So it's First Coast and Edgewater. And then in third place, a solid third place, is Sarasota Crew. And there's Sarasota Crew, and in lane 3 is Miami. They're starting to try to move back into Edgewater. So our lead crew right now is Treasure Coast. Treasure Coast just by a foot over Edgewater. And then solidly in third place is Sarasota Scholars. Lane 3, which is Miami, is about a deck back from Scholars. So coming into the 1,000, Treasure Coast continues to move out a little bit on Edgewater, and the Scholars are starting to pull into Edgewater. Interesting race. Over to you, David.
All right, leading the race at 500 meters appears to be the boat from Treasure Coast. And looking at how they qualified, you had 3 heat winners that we're seeing here in the A final. You had Gainesville finishing in a time of 5:03. You had Treasure Coast, who was your leader at 500 meters here at 5:01, so 2 seconds faster. And then Miami at 5:02. So we had 2 seconds separating all 3 heat winners coming into and qualifying for this A final of the boys Junior 4. And we do have, to my eye, 9 boats across. Again, the only place in America you're going to see 9 boats across racing in a championship race. This is the boys Junior 4 Grand Final. Junior event being a scholastic convention. It's you just can't be a senior in high school is essentially how it works. It's pretty similar to at the youth level and under 17 event to some extent, where basically your oldest athletes, your seniors, cannot participate, but everybody else can. So a junior in high school or younger can all participate in this junior category. And out in front continues to be, to my eye, that boat from Treasure Coast. We'll see if they can continue to maintain a lead as they come through the halfway point and approach 500 meters to go. You're also seeing some really good speed out of the Edgewater High School boat in lane 4. And going with Edgewater is Sarasota Scullers in lane 5. Those 2 boats very close to one another on the race course and probably contesting at the moment the silver medal here in the boys Junior 4 behind Treasure Coast. As they come through, you see Treasure Coast a length. You see Edgewater sitting in second place. And wow, just how close it is. You got 4 or 5 boats separated by about a length and a half. So it's Edgewater sitting in second place at 500 meters to go. The third place boat is the boat next to Treasure Coast. That's Miami, but Miami only has about a seat on almost deadlocked First Coast and Sarasota Scullers. So here we go. Who's going to have a really good last 500 meters? It's Treasure Coast trying to go start to finish in those gold hats in the dark boat. It's Edgewater High School trying to start tracking them down in that white boat with the red jerseys of Edgewater High School. It's Sarasota Scullers in the green and purple, just one lane closer to the beach from Edgewater. They're sitting maybe in a bronze medal position, but going with them is the boat from First Coast. Those are the boats in the mix. Miami has been passed a little bit, or some of these boats have gotten through Miami, but Miami is there with a connection on them. So this is going to come right down to it for the medals. This one is much closer than a lot of the races we have seen so far for the medals. How's it going to shape up? It is Edgewater really trying to put on a push to try to catch that boat from Treasure Coast. I think they're going to run out of water. It looks like Treasure Coast is probably going to win the gold medal, and then it's going to be very close here. Edgewater still holding on to a silver medal. Sarasota Scullers and First Coast going at it for the bronze medal. It's going to come right down to it. It's Gainesville up there in the light blue jerseys going. It is Miami going. They're all connected. It's going to be a gold medal for Treasure Coast, a silver medal for Edgewater, a bronze medal with a great last 500 meters for the boat from First Coast that will finish just ahead of a photo finish between Sarasota Scullers, Miami, and Gainesville, who will finish ahead of the boat from Capital City, and Rocks finishing up here in lane 7 just in front of us with that boat up there in lane 00 from Stewart's Foundation. Stewart's just edging out Rocks at the finish line. So it was a gold medal for Treasure Coast, Edgewater with the silver, and with a great last 500 getting into the bronze medal position was First Coast. So that was the A final of the boys junior 4. The next race will be the girls junior 8 grand final, where we will have 7 boats across. We'll send it to Joe.
Thank you, David. Well, whereas for the last race the wind came down, well, plot spot change. Here we go. New conditions. The wind is gusting up and down quite a bit, and it's going to be really more difficult for them to keep their point with 8s as opposed to 4s, because you've got much more freeboard just sitting there getting blown around. Right now I'm watching the crew from Halifax over here in, looks like lane 5, fighting their way over. Yeah, they actually have two people sculling the boat. 4 is taking 3's oar and 2 is taking bow's oar. And if you watch on the Jumbotron over there in the West Shore, you can see how these young ladies are holding one oar in one hand and doing what's called sculling with the other. It looks like Palm River may be a no-show over here in lane 6, David. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 crews. It's supposed to be 7. Okay. So I think they've got a relatively novice coxswain in coxing for Halifax, but he's good enough to raise his hand. He got blown off. He's receiving some rather definitive guidance from the starter. And this guy's masterful as far as how he's getting them lined up. We don't have a green flag yet. I don't know if you can see that from our 1,500 meter camera looking across the start. But sometimes when he raises up his green flag, you can see. Yeah, but the crews are doing a pretty good job, and the wind is cooperating. We don't have a little gust. Stay away, gust. We don't need it. We have alignment. The green flag is up. We're going to get going real fast here. Quick start. And we have a start. Outstanding. All right, all crews are cleanly away. That means nobody's caught their oar in the water. That's called catching a crab. And it's fairly even. I would give possibly Hollywood over there, over in lane 0, a little bit of a good start. They've got about 2 seats over Space Coast, and then everybody else is behaving as they should based upon the times. The only crew that, it's all based upon finish times. We have beautiful chevron here, David. So Hollywood's in first, Space Coast is in second, Brantley in third, Jacksonville in fourth, Space Coast B in fifth, and Halifax in sixth. Palm River was not a scratch, it didn't show. All right, so Hollywood is really handling it very nicely. They're continuing to press their advantage, still moving on the field. I'm looking and seeing stroke on Hollywood in those really cool, looks like they all rode for University of Florida, but they've got those orange and blue stripes unis. And Hollywood coxswain's looking over and says, okay, I've got their bow ball, give me more. I've got Space Coast's bow ball. And they've now broken loose for open water. And Space Coast is just about broken loose on open water back to Lake Brantley. So they're starting to spread out. Good racing here, as seated. Pass it to you at the finish line tower.
All right, thanks, Joe. This is the girls' Junior 8 grand final. Your top qualifiers were Hollywood and Space Coast, although they qualified at very different times. So you had some heats that were very different speeds, which is not always the case, but that's what the case was here. You can see Hollywood out in front. We have sort of a progression that is set up exactly how it should be, with Hollywood out in front by about a length over Space Coast. Space Coast with about 3/4 of a length on third place Lake Brantley in the red boat. Lake Brantley with about 3/4 of a length on Jacksonville Episcopal, who has almost a full length then on Space Coast B. And then Halifax and Palm River are in this race as well. In fact, actually, I'm looking down the race course. I do not see Palm River. So it's actually just a 6-boat race. And Hollywood, as we said, in that highlighter blue boat is out in front. They're rowing with orange blades, and they have pulled out from the field. We'll see exactly when we get that shot straight across, but it looks like they have almost a length of open water now, does Hollywood, which means because at 500 meters they only had about a length, that they are really showing some speed in this middle 500 meters. And behind them is Space Coast in the black boat with the light blue blades, trying to hold off that boat sitting in third place from Lake Brantley High School, that red boat of Lake Brantley High School in the Orlando area, who is holding off Jacksonville Episcopal. So those are your top 4 as they move down. This is a girls' Junior 8, as we talked about it before. The junior event being juniors in high school or younger. Just can't have any seniors in there. And as they come through, you can see it is a full length of open water for Hollywood ahead of Space Coast. Space Coast sitting in second place, and they have open water on the boat from Lake Brantley High School that's about to come into the picture here, that red shell. So it's almost exactly the same sort of setup here in terms of gaps between your leader Hollywood, second place Space Coast, and third place Lake Brantley. We'll see if Jacksonville Episcopal, who had an overlap on Lake Brantley for a long time, I'm not sure that they have one now. We'll see if they can find some speed and grab it back, see if they can start to track down Lake Brantley again for the bronze medal. But if they can't, we're going to continue to have sort of a spaced out field here as they come down, although the 2 boats closest to the the beach coming down, excuse me, Space Coast B and Halifax are connected, and that is a really good match race going on for 5th and 6th place in the state of Florida in the girls' Junior 8. Out in front continues to be Hollywood. They are 20 strokes from taking a gold medal in the girls' Junior 8. Really nice body movement, everybody moving together in that boat, and the boat is moving nicely through the water because of that. Hollywood, with a great row, just sort of continued to inch away from the field every time they dropped into the water, and they're going to finish this thing and win a gold medal in the girls' Junior 8 by about 2 boat lengths of open water, that they will finish ahead of the silver medal that's going to go to Space Coast. Space Coast with almost the same gap of almost 2 boat lengths of open water to that boat. Sitting in 3rd place, hanging on to the bronze medal, is going to be Lake Brantley High School in the red boat. Lake Brantley will finish a full length of open water ahead of the boat from Jacksonville Episcopal, who will finish 4th. And then it's Halifax starting to pull away from Space Coast B, seeing 2 Space Coast entries, showing the depth of the program, just how many athletes they have in the Space Coast rowing program here, with the B-boat finishing 6th in the state of Florida behind 5th place Halifax. So those are your 6 boats coming through in the girls' Junior 8 grand final. The boys' Junior 8 is going to be next, and we'll send it to Joe.
Thank you, David. Well, the wind has what's called freshened. That means it's really starting to got some gusts going here. I don't know if you can see it on the camera, but when you see the wind hit the water really hard, the water turns dark. So we're seeing some wind shadows right off the bows of these boats. So if you see the wind, see the water getting dark, that tells you that's a really windy gust right there, and they can be extremely localized. Some crews having a little bit more difficulty than others backing down, and it looks like the crew from Tampa Prep hasn't done much sculling, and they're going to be chastised quite heavily by the judge referee at the starter, because they need to not have their bowman row. They need to pass it up to 2, which is what they finally did. Because if you have the bowman actually row, you can pull loose of the stake boat holder holding the stern. And, they don't have a nice handle back there, thank goodness, because otherwise we might see some people hanging on, not forget to let go. But you've just got to keep on tapping it around. Okay, looks pretty good right here. We have alignment. He's looking down there to see if everybody's still pointed okay. He's probably not going to go, because I can see some crews pointing at up. Yes, he is. Quick start, and we have a start. Okay, so our crews on the outside ought to be the fastest, which are Berlin Jesuit and Sora. And they are behaving as advertised. Berlin Jesuit and Sora are out on the field already. And we've already had a collision. Okay, they're going to stop this and bring it back. We had a collision between lane 3 and lane 4. Lane 3 is Halifax and lane 4 is Brantley. So it's kind of it's kind of hard to see what happened, but definitely somebody strayed into somebody else's lane. So they're going to have to turn everybody around and bring them back and get started. Now the question becomes one of, will they go with the next heat, or will they go all the way up and turn around? So fun and zest. Hopefully nobody was injured, but we did have clashing of blades between lane 3 Halifax and lane 4, Lake Brantley. It looks like these guys are going to practice backing down 250 meters, which ought to be fun. Or if they're smart, they'll go ahead and turn around and spin right in front of the stake boats. So it's one of these things where they get it started, and unless the coxswain really is aware of where their rudder is when they get started, you can just plow into another crew, and who knows, maybe one turned into the other, or both of them decide to meet in the middle. But anyway, be that as it may, they're going to back on down and get her started again. Looks like calmer heads have prevailed instead of trying to back down the whole way. And now they're turning their bows around. They're going to row back down the course. And it looks like they're going to row off the course and let the next next tee come, or they're going to have them row off the course and then row around behind the starting platform back in. So just an opportunity to excel here. We got a sea of fours kind of marshaling around here. They're going to decide whether or not they're going to put them in next or have the eights. What are they going to do, eights or fours? Same race again? Okay, so it looks like the fours are going to have to clear out. We're staying flexible here. They may have decided to, yes, it looks like what they're doing is they're going to be bringing the fours in, David, which will be the second varsity 4 final. And it looks like they're pulling into the stake boats, and they're going to delay the girls junior 8 until a little bit later, probably after the boys junior 8 is going to, they're all going back around to the Marshall area, and the girls second varsity 4s are coming on. So fun and zest here at Nathan Benderson Park. For the second varsity 4 for the women girls, our top seeded crew is Miami Beach over in lane 0, followed by Edgewater, Jacksonville Episcopal, Treasure Coast, Edgewater's B entry, Holy Names, Tampa Prep, and closest to us on the wave attenuator will be Berkeley Prep in lane 7. So what's going to happen is the marshal down at the end of the race course at 2,000 meters are going to be holding the boys' second varsity 4s, probably not letting them into the race course, or tell them to stay way down to the south to let the 8s have room to come in behind this women's second varsity 4 final. Alrighty, so it's going to be a little bit easier for the fours because one, the wind is not gusting quite as much, and also it's a lot shorter boat, so the wind doesn't have all that freeboard to blow around where the bow is going to be flying around with the stern being held by the stake boat holder. Crews are doing a very nice job of backing in, and again, this is a 8-boat race. And behind the starting platform, the marshals are telling the crews to kind of get in the general area of where their next starting lane is based upon their lane assignment. And looks like our crew from Berkeley Prep's got some sculling to do to get around. Nope, you don't want to row with that hand. You want to row with the other hand. Come on now. Bow hand it to 2, and 2 bring it around. Let's go. There you. Nope, it can't be bow rowing by herself. Okay, they just pulled themselves off of the stake boat. Oh well. Looks like everybody else is on nicely. And our aligner is helping the Berkeley Prep crew get hopefully on to their stake boat. Looks like they're kind of confused because they're backing when they should be rowing. Oh geez, here we go. Fun and zest. Okay, and now our very able-bodied aligner has them doing a modified river turn where they're having their 3-person back, and 2 is going to row as soon as they've gotten around there. It looks like they're both backing in, and should be able to lock on here fairly soon. And everybody else is fairly well set. Have to keep on tapping it around. This may be a new experience for them. Okay. Okay, looks like they're pretty much ready. Handing the oars back. No, we still don't have alignment though. Waiting for the green flag. A little different way of doing things from Tampa Prep. They're having their stroke person take 3 Zor. Not quite as much leverage if 2 took bow, but probably strokes a little bit more experienced. And they're doing a pretty good job heading up into the wind, and of course the wind freshens right now. Getting a little bit stronger. Different strokes for different folks. Okay, the coxswains are doing a good job talking to their crews. If they don't have their point, they're telling them to raise their hands so the starter can see their hands are up. And this is the case with our crews out there and with Miami Beach and Edgewater with their hands up, as well as Jacksonville Episcopal. And he's getting close. Uh-oh. Why is that boat? Why is that launch in the middle? All right, now the judge referee is instructing them in a rather kind yet direct manner to continue sculling so they can all be pointed the same direction, which is a very, very good thing to do. So somebody's got to be sculling at all times because they've got to actually point about 15 to 20 degrees into the wind rather than straight down the course where you would see the buoys lined up perfectly. If you're down by the finish line, you can walk up on the bridge and actually sight down this beautiful Albano course, which is the name of this totally buoy course. It's one of the best courses in the world, and it's just a great venue here for these rowers. So they're starting to get the hang of it now. And they have lost their alignment. And the wind's starting to blow real good. Okay. Well, this could make our day run a little bit longer here. We have alignment now. The green flag is up. It's looking pretty good. Oh, we lost it over here at Berkeley Prep. They stopped sculling. When they stopped sculling, their point just blew way, way off. Okay, they're starting to come around now. About 15, 20 degrees left. Now he's really taking positive control of things, which is what you want to do in this case. Okay, now he's getting them all set. All righty, we are off. And we've got a beautiful three-boat race, our three crews over on the far side. Boleyn, Sora, and Plant. They're right even. And then the next three crews of Halifax, Brantley, and Lyman are really right in there close. Trailing the pack somewhat are Stewards and Tampa Prep. But our leaders right now, and you could put a blanket over each of them, maybe give Plant just a little bit. Correction, I'm reading the boys' varsity. Okay, so it's Miami Beach, Edgewater, and Episcopal. Miami Beach, Edgewater, and Episcopal. And Episcopal has just about 4 inches over the rest of them. And then going back, we have Treasure Coast, Edgewater, and Holy Names. With Holy Names trying to make a move, get into the fray. And here comes lane 3, which is Treasure Coast. But in the meantime, it is Miami Beach and Jacksonville with Edgewater back about a deck. Man, it's going to be really close. About 1,200 meters to go. And Miami Beach is starting to move away on the pack. Looks like they took an early power 10. We'll see whether or not they have a 10 scheduled for Jacksonville very, very popular place to take a Power 10. Edgewater is right in the middle of the two. All right, we're going to toss it over to you with Miami in the lead, Jacksonville second, and Edgewater in third.
All right, thanks, Joe. It's Miami Beach out in front in lane 0. They were the fastest time in I guess it was the heats, maybe it was a race for lanes, but they were the fastest time. They were starting to edge out there at 500 meters in. In second place, it was very close between Jacksonville Episcopal and Edgewater at that 500-meter point, with Treasure Coast in 4th place. Also in the race is a B boat from Edgewater, Academy of the Holy Names, Tampa Prep, and Berkeley Prep. So a bunch of Tampa boats in lanes 7, 6, and 5. But out in front is Miami Beach in that bright blue boat, all the way up there in lane 0, furthest from the beach. And looking down and looking at the picture here, it does look like Jacksonville Episcopal may be maintaining a little bit of a lead for the silver medal ahead of Edgewater. But those are your top 3 for sure. And then in 4th place continues to be the boat from Treasure Coast. So those are your top 4 as they come through the halfway point here in the girls' second varsity 4 grand final. As we saw, there was a little bit of an issue. We had some boats come together in the boys' junior 8, so presumably, and we'll see how it sets up, they will go next. But they wanted to move through and get this girls' second varsity 4 going because they were already ready to come through the stake boats, and that's what has happened. So we have, as you will see here, but nowhere else in the country, 8 boats across here in the girls' second varsity 4 grand final, coming your way and approaching 500 meters to go. And you see the bright blue boat, the white jerseys, all the way at the top. It continues to be Miami Beach. And their lead at 500 meters was about 3/4 of a length. We'll see where it is here coming through the sign. It's some open water for Miami Beach of about a length of open water. And look how close it is. Edgewater coming back now on Episcopal. So Episcopal there looked to me like they were pretty solidly in the silver medal position ahead of Edgewater by maybe a half a length for most of that middle 500. Now it's Edgewater at 500 to go with about a seat on Jacksonville Episcopal. Big time match race going on for the silver medal between those two, with the yellow visors there in the black boat with the blue blades. That is Treasure Coast sitting in 4th place, and some water separating them and those two that are going for the silver and bronze medals. It's going to be hard for anybody to catch the top 3 that are out in front, but it continues to be Miami Beach out in front of this 4's race. The girls' second varsity 4 out in front up there in lane 0, blue boat as we said, and it's Jacksonville Episcopal that maybe has come back. So at 500 meters to go, it was Edgewater by a seat over Jacksonville Episcopal. Now Episcopal appears to be in the silver medal position ahead of Edgewater. So we've got 2 scholastic high schools going at one another here. Edgewater is starting to push it back. So it's just a really good back and forth, trading punches, trading moves here between Edgewater and Jacksonville Episcopal in this beautiful flat water that we have at the finish line here at Nathan Benderson Park. It's a 2021 Florida Scholastic Rowing Association Sweep Championships. This is a girls' second varsity 4A final. It's Miami Beach out in front. Looks like they are going to take the gold medal into the last 12 strokes for them. It is Jacksonville Episcopal with a big move there after the 500 meter to go point. They're sitting in the silver medal position is Jacksonville Episcopal, and maybe starting to move away now from Edgewater is Jacksonville Episcopal sitting in the silver medal position. It's a gold medal to Miami Beach. It's going to be a silver medal to Jacksonville Episcopal, 1 length ahead of Edgewater High School, who will take the bronze medal. It's Treasure Coast sitting in 4th place. They've got a little bit of clear water back to Edgewater B boat. So it's going to be Treasure Coast for 4th place ahead of Edgewater B for 5th, who will finish a length ahead of Academy of the Holy Names, who will finish then ahead of Tampa Prep and Berkeley Prep in that order. We'll send it back to Joe at the start line to see if we have the boys junior 8 or the boys second varsity 4 next. That was the girls second varsity 4. Your winner, Miami Beach, ahead of Jacksonville Episcopal and Edgewater for the medals.
with about 600
All right,
meters
we're
to
through
go.
500
We have
meters now with the
Belen
boys junior 8. This is the A final, and you see a good picture there of a bunch of the boats that are out. You see that gold boat from Belen Jesuit. They came in with the fastest time of 4:39 from yesterday. South Orlando next to them, one lane closer to the beach, had a 4:44. So five seconds separating those two boats yesterday. It does look like Belen Jesuit is in the lead up there in the gold boat as they approach the halfway point in our 1,500-meter race course. This is the boys junior 8, which, again, we had a little bit of a mistake in course that brought a couple of boats together that had to stop the initial start of this event. So we are back at it here in the boys junior 8. It's Belen Jesuit out in front by about a length over South Orlando. South Orlando in the bright green hats. You can see the two boats in the picture there. And as they come through 500 meters to go, you can see that the gap is a couple seats of open water for Belen Jesuit ahead of South Orlando. And then the gap is pretty considerable, almost a full length of open water back to the boat that's sitting in third place, which is Plant High School. And Plant High School has a full length on 3 boats. Wow. Amazing picture there coming through. Halifax, Lake Brantley, Lyman, all separated by maybe a seat. It's going for 4th, 5th, and 6th place in the state of Florida and trying to see if they can track down Plant High School and contend for the bronze medal. This is the boys junior 8. Again, an event where simply you can't have any seniors sitting in the boat. And it's Belen Jesuit really kind of dominating, starting to move away. It was 2 seats of open water, maybe at 500 to go. It looks like a little bit more than that now over South Orlando. So pretty similar, actually, to how they finished yesterday in terms of time. And then you can see South Orlando with at least a full length of open water back to Plant High School. And it's getting closer here. These 3 boats that were right next to one another at the 500 to go, within a seat of one another, are starting to track down Plant High School. So Plant's going to have to respond here. Otherwise, they're going to start getting tracked down by Halifax, Lake Brantley, and Lyman. 4 boats going for the bronze medal. But it is going to be, and rowing very fast, looking nice and smooth, it's going to be Belen Jesuit for a gold medal here in the boys junior 8. And it's going to be South Orlando for the silver. And look how close it is. It's Halifax really going after Plant High School. Can Halifax track down Plant High School? On the outside, can Lyman get into the mix? All these boats are connected, coming down to the line for the bronze medal. It's still Plant High School, but it's only about a deck. Are they going to be able to hang on as Halifax really presses it? That Halifax coxswain looking over, saying, I just need a little bit more, and they're going to run out of space as Halifax. It's going to be Plant High School by a deck over Halifax, finishing 4th. Then it's Lyman finishing in 5th place ahead of the boat from Lake Brantley High School, who will finish ahead of Stewards Foundation and Tampa Prep. What a race there in the boys junior 8. Unofficially, again, gold medal, Belen Jesuit, silver medal, South Orlando, and the bronze medal to Plant High School. We'll send it down to Joe for the boys' second varsity 4 grand final.
Okay, we have alignment and a quick start. They're looking at his flag is up, and we have a start in the boys' second varsity 4 final. On the outside, it's Miami Beach, Sebastian, Edgewater, B, Edgewater A, Capital City, Gar, and Belen Jesuit. So our 2 lead crews are Miami Beach and Sebastian. They are even. Edgewater A and Edgewater B are even. And then back to Capital City, followed by Gar, followed by Belen Prep. Right now, Sebastian River is pressing their advantage. They have about a half a deck over Miami Beach, going into the 750 in 3 strokes. That's 1. That's 2. That's 3. There we go. And then we have open water back to the Edgewater contingent. Looks like the coach tried to boat even boats, and it's really working out nice. Capital City trails by a half a length behind the Edgewater fleet. Gar is back about a length off of Capital City, and Belen is back as well. But right now, it is quite a race between Miami Beach and Sebastian River. Sebastian River did have a little bit on the beach, but the beach is starting to move. Their bowman can look over and see the bow ball of Sebastian River as they pull into the 1,000-meter. And right now, the fastest crew on the water is Miami Beach. Toss it to you at the finish line there, David.
Thank you, Joe. It's Miami Beach in lane 0, just ahead of Sebastian River, maybe a half a length there at 500 meters. Looking at their times as they qualified, they were only separated by 0.2 of a second. It was the closest qualifying of any of your top qualifiers from any of the events that I could find, were these two boats, these two bright blue boats that are out in front of the field by open water, with Miami Beach out ahead of Sebastian River at the moment. And then you see the red boat from Edgewater. The A boat from Edgewater is sitting in a bronze medal position here in the second Varsity 4 event, ahead of their B entry, their teammates, as well as Capital City. Those are your top 5, but also in the picture there you see Gainesville area rowing, and then coming through in that gold boat is Belen Jesuit. So it does look like the lead for Miami Beach has swelled just a little bit. It may swell to open water. We'll see exactly when they come through 1,000 meters where it is, but my eye looks like it's at least a length right now for Miami Beach ahead of Sebastian River. And those two sitting out in front, and as we expected, I mean, looking at how they qualified, very, very close to one another in terms of time. This was to be expected. Edgewater A is sitting in that bronze medal position in that red boat, but you can see the gap between Sebastian River and Edgewater. It's pretty considerable. And we'll see if the Edgewater B boat, Capital City, can get into the mix with Edgewater for that bronze medal. But out in front, it is open water now as they come through 1,000 meters for Miami Beach. It's at least a half a length of open water for Miami Beach ahead of Sebastian River. Again, those are your two boats out in front of this boys' second Varsity 4 final. Edgewater there in the bronze medal position, coming through 500 meters to go. But they are trailing. You can see about 3 boat lengths of open water separating Sebastian River's silver medal from Edgewater A's bronze medal at the moment. And then it looks to me like the boat from Capital City is sitting in 4th place. They have pushed away a little bit from the B boat of Edgewater. B boat of Edgewater is sitting in 5th place ahead of Gainesville, and then Belen Jesuit in that order as they come down. So kind of a spaced out final here in the boys' second Varsity 4 in comparison to some of the really close, exciting ones that we have seen over the last couple of events that have run down our race course. But it is Sebastian River starting to find some speed. It looks like they took up the stroke rating. I don't know that they're going to have the space to be able to track down Miami Beach, but they are pulling away pretty considerably from Edgewater. We'll see if Edgewater can hold off Capital City. That's the race that's going on here, is for the bronze. It is Edgewater holding on to about a length advantage over Capital City. Capital City looks like they went early and tried to see if they could close the gap. Edgewater is starting to wrestle with that and hit back. It is Sebastian River, maybe the fastest boat on the race course at the moment, but I don't think they're going to have the space, as I said, to track down Miami Beach. It's still Miami Beach by a length over Sebastian River, and it's probably going to finish that way. It looks like a gold medal is going to go to Miami Beach in the boys' second Varsity 4. Excuse me, ahead of Sebastian River. Sebastian River will finish with the silver medal, and it's Edgewater trying to hold off that blue shell of Capital City, and I think they're going to do it. It is going to be Edgewater. Not even taking up the stroke rating is going to take the bronze medal, a length ahead of 4th place Capital City. Then it's going to be the Edgewater B boat, finishing in 5th place ahead of 6th place Gainesville area rowing. And in 7th place, about 25 strokes from the line, is Belen Jesuit in lane 6. So that was the boys' second Varsity 4. Again, unofficially Miami Beach ahead of Sebastian River and Edgewater A for the medals. The next event on the race course is going to be the girls' second Varsity 8 grand final, and we'll send it to Joe. And Joe, looks like we've got another stopped race there in that girls' second varsity 8. So we'll leave it to you to let us know what's going on down there. We'll keep the camera shot on our camera at the start line as we see boats that are not moving about 100 meters in. So like I said, I'll toss it to you in terms of letting us know what's happening down there and what event is going to go next.
Well, roger that. Well, I'm very, very pleased to report that we did not have any collisions or anything. The starter did something really nice and considerate for these crews, in that they were locked on really early, but then since he didn't want to start them for about 5 to 8 minutes, he sent them off and told them to, go do a start, but just stay in your lane, because you can really, really get stale sitting on a starting block. So that was just a very, very nice thing that our judge referee did, to send them off and keep them loose and keep them moving. I once had a situation that a crew I was coaching sat on the starting block waiting for a Princeton crew to show up, and by the time they did go off, they were stale as the dickens, and it did not go well in the starting sequence. But anyway, be that as it may, nothing serious to report down here. It's just a good situation where they decide to keep the crews loose and keep them moving, really to ensure better racing. Get over as far as you can. Whoa, there goes the mirror. Oh. Okay. Yeah, watch out that you don't hit the side thing here. I speak from experience. That's good. Oh, I suck at that game.
Well, I'm better at driving the car than I am actually playing golf.
Oh, man.
It is fun. He's very patient. He's a very good golfer. But we just have fun, and he gives me some pointers, and it's just fun to be out in the course with him. So.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Looks like they're changing out stake boat holders.
Better at rowing.
Yeah, the other thing that's going on here, David, is they're switching out some of our MVPs of racing here, and those are our stake boat holders, so that they have a chance to visit the facilities and stretch out a little bit. And we have new people for the home stretch for the next 2 hours or so. If you're listening to this on YouTube or watching from the West Coast or West Shore over there, and you really want to see what's going on, I strongly recommend that you consider coming down and being a stake boat holder. You will learn so much and be able to get a view of things that just is, it's just spectacular what you can see with all these crews. And I don't know if you can hear it in on my microphone, but the wind, she's starting to howl a little bit. So. Alrighty, so the crews are kind of deciding whether or not they want to back all the way down. It's a good skill to have. When we were here in 2017 watching the World Championships, I was watching the docks because that was one of my responsibilities. But it was amazing how all the crews, when they come into the docks, they all come in backing in, which is actually mandatory up at the Craftsbury Outdoor Center up in Vermont, because they've had too many occasions where somebody it can't really see where they're going because they're coming in bow first and crinkle boats. So it's a good skill to be able to back in. I know that my pair partner and I enjoy backing into a dock down in Osprey, and it does prevent you from breaking things. I've seen all of a sudden a puff of wind come up, and somebody's coming in bow first, and it pushes the bow over, and then the bow no longer has the bow ball attached. Anyway, our crews are doing a very nice job. The Lane 2 crew, which is from Winter Park, is just really backing down, really sweet. I love it when you can see 6 people backing together. And then recovering with their oars upside down, that's always a winner. Okay, so we've almost done a total change out of our stake boat holders. And we do have some full house racing events coming up where we're going to use all 9 lanes. So we need to have 9 stake boat holders. The person over there in lane 00 may be possibly the loneliest person there is because they don't get much action, but they're so very, very important. And again, the engineering and technology that went into putting together this Class A FSRA course is amazing. For example, as you go down the course, the water depth is equal for everybody, because if you're rowing and you're rowing in shallower water, you're going to go slower than a crew that's rowing in deep water. So throughout the course, we have at least 4 meters of depth all the way down the course. I remember back in 2010, back over here in the marshalling area, when I'm seeing a sea of boats, probably 25, 30 boats. That used to be the underground forest of trees that have been cut, and we're just sitting there over there waiting to put holes in boats. But the fairness that we have here, because of the fact that the water depth is exactly the same, the fairness of the Albano course, where the lane buoys are perfectly straight, certainly much straighter than my steering, and the fact that we have these aligners to line the boats up for a start is just absolutely amazing. Alrighty, so our crews are continuing to back in, and they're really doing this smart. They're backing their sterns up into the wind. And again, this is a 6-boat race. And our participants for the girls' second varsity 8 race, the fastest and slowest qualifying crews over there in lane 0, which is a lane that is protected from the wind, to take advantage of the good position in the flat water, is Sarasota crew. Our second fastest qualifying crew is from oars in lane 1. Lane 2 is Winter Park. They'll be in the middle of the fray. Lane 3 is Pinecrest, and lane 4 is Plant. Who's got the walkie-talkie on? Oh, it's a delay of me. Okay. Oh, geez. Now I'm in real trouble. The head of public affairs, our big marketing guy for Nathan Benderson Park, and an alumni of my college is in the boat in the golf cart with me, so I have to be double careful. So these crews are really doing a very nice job. If you look out, you'll see for most of them the 2-person or the 4-person is reaching out and keep on sculling the boat around. We don't have alignment yet, so we're kind of waiting for the green flag to go up. But it's really, really important that we have all the crews pointed kind of, and what the judge referee at the start is seeing is he's looking down and he's seeing five parallel lines. And if he sees them all paralleled, he knows that the impact of the wind is going to swing them over at the same rate, and they'll all be pointed down the course, and he'll try to start them all when they're all pointed down the same. What you don't want to have happen is you don't want to have somebody pointed towards somebody else and not at the same place, which is what we had earlier at about 250 meters in, where we had two crews clash. But I'll tell you what, we have alignment right now, and he's telling them to continue sculling. Yep, some people just don't listen very well. Some of the crews continue sculling, and they will not get exhortations from the starter. Others will not. Okay, starting to look pretty close here. Okay, we're getting ready. He said oars back. He's unleashed his flag. Oh, they were blown off. So everybody's got to scull around together, and we have got ourselves what looks like a herd of turtles right behind the start line. You know, where everybody's weighing marshaling. Almost looks like a head race. He's asking them to just scull lightly. Please keep on sculling. Please. And they're finally starting to do it. Okay, here we go. The oars are back. Quick start. The flag is up. All righty, here we go. So this is the second varsity 8. On the outside, it is Sarasota crew. Next to them is oars. Winter Park is in the middle. Pinecrest is there. And Plant High School is closest to us. And it is Sarasota crew striding away beautifully with almost 6 seats and only 250 meters in. They had a knock them down, drag them out start. And here comes oars. They're solidly in second. Winter Park is back, and there is Pinecrest. Pinecrest is in third, and it is a dead heat between, in lane 4, Plant and oars. But Sarasota crew is striding out to 7 seats on oars at 250 in. Really very, very relaxed. Some beautiful rowing. You can see these crews are just swinging back together. Total beautiful, segmented, right, same spacing between their chests and their backs. No excess movement. Just really screaming along. There goes Sarasota crew. They're starting to break away from the field and are almost at open water. I can see open water right now. Yes, Sarasota crew has moved out to open water over second place oars. And Pinecrest is in third. Back a little bit is oars, is Winter Park and Plant. Sarasota crew 500 meters down, 1,000 meters to go. Toss it to you at the finish line, David.
Thank you. This is a girls' second varsity 8 grand final. It's Sarasota crew with 1 seat of open water at 500 meters ahead of second place oars. Oars had about 2 seats of open water. It looks like on Pinecrest, sitting in the third place position. Then it's Winter Park and Plant High School that are really close to one another, probably too close to call between those two. So what we're seeing is a relatively spaced out field. The pink hats of Sarasota Crew in front of the orange hats of Oars. Those are your top two as they move through the middle half of this race. You can see on the picture that yellow sign. That's the halfway point of our 1,500-meter race course here at Nathan Benderson Park. Again, this is the girls' second varsity 8 final, 5 boats across. Sarasota Crew in the lead, Oars in second place. And then it was Pinecrest at 500 meters. We'll see exactly where the bronze medal race stands with 500 meters to go as they get to that sign. But it was Pinecrest ahead of Winter Park and Plant High School. Those are your 5 boats in this girls' second varsity 8 final. And they had already busted some open water at the 500-meter point, had Sarasota Crew. It looks like they've got more at this point. Maybe a full length by the time they get to 500 meters to go of open water. And those 2 boats, Oars and Sarasota, have really pushed out from the field as I look back and look down the race course. It does look like the boat from Pinecrest continues to be in 3rd place. And it looks like Plant High School might be ahead of Winter Park for 4th and 5th, respectively. And as they come through, it does look like Sarasota Crew out in front. And you can see maybe it's only about a half a length of open water back to Oars. And then Oars with several boats of open water back to that 3rd place Pinecrest Crew. So can Winter Park find some speed to start pushing Plant into Pinecrest? Really what's at issue here at the moment on the race course is the bronze medal, with Sarasota Crew maintaining an open water lead on Oars. Oars, you can see then with several boats of open water back to that continued 3rd place, the bronze medal being held by Pinecrest School ahead of the gold of HP Plant High School, as well as Winter Park. Winter Park starting to move now. Winter Park very close to to Plant for 4th. Can they start to track down Pinecrest is the question. But out in front and into the red buoys, the last 200 or so meters to take home a gold medal is Sarasota Crew. See if we can get a stroke rating relative to Oars, as Oars is going to do everything they can to try to find some speed here, but I don't think they're going to be able to close this gap. It's just too considerable at this point. 36 strokes a minute for Sarasota Crew. Looks like Oars is dropping in at 36 strokes a minute as well. So they're matching cadences. It's half a length of open water still for Sarasota Crew over Oars, and Pinecrest is starting to move away. It is very close between Winter Park and Plant High School for 4th and 5th. That's really the race that's going on here that is still at issue in these last 200 meters. But to the line, it's Sarasota Crew with the gold medal in the girls' second varsity 8. A little bit more than a half a length of open water ahead of Oars. And Oars, you can see a 30-meter gap back to the bronze medalists from Pinecrest, who have opened up water on the other 2. It is Pinecrest with a length of open water for the bronze medal in the girls' second varsity 8 ahead of, it looks like Winter Park has edged ahead of Plant High School. They were back and forth, and at 500 meters, it was probably too close to call. It's Winter Park with the faster final 500 meters to take 4th place in the girls' second varsity 8 ahead of Plant High School. So to recap, it is Sarasota Crew winning ahead of Oars and Pinecrest for the medals. Winter Park finishing in 4th place ahead of Plant High School in 5th. That was the girls' second varsity 8. We'll send it to Joe for the boys' second varsity 8.
Roger that. This is a 7-boat race. Fastest qualifiers were Sarasota Crew and Space Coast, followed by Oars, Winter Park, Bowles, Jacksonville, and Pinecrest. Okay, they have all crews sculling around a little bit. Interesting, different way of doing things. Sarasota Crew over on lane 0, which is fastest qualifying. They're just kind of doing a chop stroke, and it looks like everybody's ready. Liner's flag is up. Here we go. Start in the boys' second varsity 8. Oh, wow, this is really close. Everybody's still overlapped. Pinecrest and Jacksonville Episcopal starting to drop back, but everybody else is within a deck, all the way starting over with Sarasota Crew that has maybe a deck on the field, and then everybody else is within a deck. This is great racing. I think I'm sitting over here at the Lake Quinsigamon at Eastern Sprints instead of Nathan Benderson FSRA. This is fantastic. Sarasota Crew with those new oars have moved out to about a half a length lead, and then so very close with Space Coast, Oars, Winter Park, and Bowles School, all within 3 feet of each other. This is blazingly fast. All right, so Space Coast is now in the second place, followed by Oars, followed by Winter Park, and only back by 1 seat is the Bowles School. Off the back is now Jacksonville Episcopal, and they're going to have a nice battle with Pinecrest because those two are overlapping. Sarasota Crew is now open water about a quarter of a length over Space Coast at 1,000 meters. Toss it to you at the finish line, David, for this really dynamic race. It's definitely up in the air as far as going to be who's who in the zoo for second and
All right, thanks, Joe. What an outstanding race at 500 meters. The only thing we know is Sarasota Crew is out in front with some open water. Yet Space Coast, Oars, Winter Park, and Bowles separated by maybe 2 total seats there. So only 2 of those 4 boats are going to take home medals here in the boys' second varsity 8. It was maybe a foot lead for second place by Space Coast, just slightly over Winter Park. But like I said, Oars and Bowles School within striking distance of both of the aforementioned boats. So you've got Sarasota Crew out in front up there in lane 0 in a white boat. They have open water on the field, and even as I look down the race course from my vantage point up here on the 4th floor, I can see that those 4 boats are still all connected behind them. And in fact, it looks like to me maybe you're seeing a little bit more speed out of Oars, but we're going to see as they come through the sign at 500 meters to go exactly where it stands. It's not going to be a whole lot different. The places may be a little bit different, but I think you're going to see only about 3 or 4 seats separating those 4 boats again as they come through with 500 meters to go. So it's Sarasota Crew out in front. You see them coming into the picture here, white boat, and then you're going to see a small gap of some open water, and then you're going to see 4 boats that are going to go at it here. It's a 500-meter match race for the medals. Look at these 4 boats coming through. It's Winter Park, and it is Oars that are dead level, sitting in second and third place or going for second and third place, and you can still see connected with them is Space Coast and the boat from the Bowles School. So all 4 boats connected. Only 2 of them are going to take home medals. Winter Park and Oars are pacing each other. Are Space Coast and Bowles going to get back into the mix here? And also in the race is Jacksonville Episcopal in lane 5 and Pinecrest in lane 6. Between the two, those two look almost dead level. Probably too hard for me to call with the angle up here. But it does look like Oars is still kind of pushing out with Winter Park. Space Coast trying to wind it up and go. And you're also seeing the Bowles School in that blue boat trying to see if they can track them down. It's Oars sitting in second place now. They've moved away a little bit from Winter Park. Winter Park is starting to fade relative to Space Coast. Space Coast starting to go out there in lane 1. So it's Sarasota Crew. They are way out in front. See if we can get a stroke rating as they start to wind it up and finish up their last 15 strokes of their race to win the boys' second varsity 8, 36 strokes a minute. It is Oars sitting in second place, moving away from the other 2. A full length for Oars here. Can Space Coast catch Winter Park in the last 10 strokes to the line? It does look like Space Coast has a little bit more speed than Winter Park. Do they have the amount of race course to track them down? It's going to come right down to it here. It's Oars. It's going to take the silver medal by a boat length over, oh, wow, almost a photo finish. It looks like if I had to call it, Winter Park by about 3 feet over Space Coast, finishing in 4th place unofficially. And then coming across the line, it's the Bowles School in 5th place, and it's Pinecrest about a length ahead of Jacksonville Episcopal right in front of us, finishing up this boys' second varsity 8 race. What a great one that we had. A really big last 500 from Oars and Winter Park, just edging out Space Coast and Bulls, but it's Sarasota crew with another gold medal. We'll send it to Joe. The next race is going to be the girls' first freshman 8.
Thank you, David. Well, if you look at on the camera for the start, you'll see our last crew, the Academy of Holy Names, having a difficult time getting onto the stake boat. And the aligner is going to start playing coxswain to kind of help them out. Everybody else is on the stake boat. That's one of the things which is really nice. The aligners and the stars, these people are extremely conversant on giving good orders to these boats in order to get them on to the stake boats. So there he goes. He pulled it off the stern. Problem is when they told the bow person to row, that pulled the boat down the course out of the hands of the stake boat person. You almost have to have the person in two grab a hold of bow's oar so that their oar comes in and it's up against the boat and it turns the boat sideways rather than pushing it down the course. Because right now, given all the wind that we have, and it is really frustrating, it's going to be a while before the Holy Names freshman crew is going to be able to get on. They may actually decide to start them from out there in lane 7 rather than trying to get all the way back over there to lane 6. We'll see what happens. Oh, darn. The gal just rode into, shouldn't have. Okay. So now they're going to practice their backing. That's good. Turning the oars upside down. And hopefully they'll be able to get on the stake boat. This is one of these skills that you've got to practice, and unless you do, this could be a rather rude awakening once you get to a race like this. Okay, now he's having bow and 3 row and 6 back, so it's kind of like a river turn where hopefully the boat will pivot. And now they'll probably have all the stern 4 back, which is what they're doing. And be able to find themselves in their lane. And what's good about this is they're backing straight into the wind. Now, what's unfortunate about this is the other crews have been sitting here in the starting blocks awaiting the last crews to get locked on. And because of that, they're now starting to get cold, okay? And the fact that their muscles are cold, they're no longer warmed up, and when they go off, they certainly aren't going to be able to go as fast as if they started rowing really soon after getting into the blocks. So the longer you sit in the blocks, the colder you get, and the greater chance of something going awry. So now it looks like they are now getting people aligned. And the aligner is no longer talking. It's now the starter. And he's telling them all to start sculling around, which means that, again, if you take a look, you'll see one of the rowers take what's normally a two-handled oar. There's a sweep oar. It's around 12 feet long as compared to a sculling oar, which is about 9 feet. But they're sitting there using that one arm. They can really reach out and put the oar almost alongside of the hull and turn the boat, pivot the boat sideways without pulling it down the course. So that's what they're doing. They're all basically sculling around, and as soon as he can get them all sculling around, he'll go ahead and get started. So he's sitting there watching all of them, seeing if he's got 4 parallel lines. And they've lost alignment, so now the aligner is now talking to him, trying to get them even. And the wind has really freshened. I don't know if you can see it on the monitor, but the water's gotten really dark right here, which means there's a big gust of wind. It's interesting, the other starter up in the starting area, Zori Salas, is looking with her binoculars over very, very carefully to keep an eye on the aligner. As soon as his green flag goes up, she's going to tell the starter, and then he's going to look at trying to figure out if everybody's getting ready to go. Okay, he's unfurled his flag. He's getting ready. Nope. They lost their point. They stopped sculling. We didn't tell them to. Okay. Yep, it's the crew from Holy Names, which is now just drifting off their point. And they'll take their time to get back around again, hopefully. And that's number 2 and number 4 of Holy Names bringing the boat around. Okay, now finally Holy Names is getting pointed again. And now it's the bowl school is having a problem. They've got to get around. All right. And the wind came down a little bit. It's no longer gusting. This is good. Okay. Lane 3 is oars. They're having problems getting their bow back 1 foot. Okay. And the Academy of Holy Names is doing a much better job now. The number 2 is still sculling, so they aren't going to get blown over. That's better. Now they've moved all their oars back. Here we go. Flag is up. Okay, we got to start. Finally. Okay, girls freshman 8 final on the outside. It's Treasure Coast, followed by Sarasota Crew, Winter Park, Oars, Miami Beach, Bowl School, and Holy Names. And it's like they've been shot out of a cannon. It is lane 3. It is Oars. Oars is out there even with Treasure Coast. They have the lead. Sarasota Crew is dueling with Winter Park for third. But right now it is Oars and Treasure Coast. Treasure Coast, oh, there they go. Treasure Coast is really starting to walk on the field. Looks like they stayed with their starting sequence a little bit longer than everybody else. Everybody else is settled. And, oh, my goodness, they're walking through them. Really, their coxswain, he only has to look over to the right, and he's seeing their bow. Now, Sarasota Crew is in second place. Winter Park is in third, and Oars is in fourth. Bowl School is in fifth. Miami Beach is in sixth, and the Academy of Holy Names is in seventh. So it looks like Treasure Coast has been held where they're at. The bow ball of Sarasota Crew is sitting right at their coxswain, and we have a battle royale between Winter Park and Oars for third. But right now, it is Treasure Coast at 500 meters with 6 seats on Sarasota Crew. Pass it to you.
All right, thanks, Joe. Still very bunched up as Treasure Coast by about 3/4 of a length over Sarasota Crew, and then you had Winter Park High School and Oars, two traditional rivals, very close to one another, probably within a seat or two of one another at 500 meters. Also in the race, you have Miami Beach, you have the Bowl School and Academy of the Holy Names, so 7 boats across. Here in the first freshman 8, the girls installment of this event. We will see the boys installment just following this one. So it's Treasure Coast, almost with a full length there at 500 meters, ahead of the rest of the field up there in lane 0. Obviously one of the top qualifiers, along with Sarasota Crew in lane 1. And then you've got these 2 Orlando crews going at one another, looking down the race course and looking at the shots that we have as well. You've got those 3 boats connected. Sarasota Crew, Winter Park, and Oars are all connected, with Sarasota Crew trying to break the connection on the other 2 and seeing what they can do to try to sort of latch their bow onto the stern of Treasure Coast and try to go with them down this race course and keep Treasure Coast within enough striking distance that maybe they can do something in the last 500 meters to track them down. But it's Treasure Coast dominating the field so far through the halfway point and approaching 500 meters to go. Does look like Sarasota Crew has an overlap, though. We'll see exactly where it stands as they come through. So Sarasota Crew had a good second 500 and has closed the gap, it appears, a little bit on Treasure Coast. Remember, the gap there was almost 3/4 of a length. It's about a half a length right now for Treasure Coast over Sarasota Crew as they come through 500 meters left. And then you see a half a length of open back to the boat from Winter Park High School that has maybe about a deck and a seat on Miami Beach and Oars that are basically deadlocked. So this is the girls' first freshman 8. We'll see the second freshman 8s later, but these are the fastest freshman 8s of these respective programs. Treasure Coast trying to hang on to the lead. Sarasota Crew trying to track them down. And we'll see what happens in this last 500. As I said, the gap closed a little bit, so Sarasota Crew had the fastest middle 500 relative to the rest of the field. Do they have the fastest final 500 to be able to track down Treasure Coast, or is Treasure Coast going to take the gold medal? That's what's going on up front, and then you still have this battle going on, this match race between Winter Park High School and Oars for the bronze medal. It's still Winter Park High School hanging on to it over Oars, but they have a big amount of connection. Those 2 boats very close to one another, probably a seat or 2 separating them as they go. So it's going to be the last 250 to decide this thing. It is Treasure Coast being tracked down by Sarasota Crew. You're in that Sarasota Crew boat. You're on the hunt. You're trying to see what you can do in these last 20 strokes. Treasure Coast, you're trying to play defense. You're trying to take it up as much as you need to maintain the boat speed, to keep your bow in the lead. It's going to be very, very close. Does look like Sarasota Crew continuing to sort of inch into Treasure Coast, but I don't know that they're going to have the space to do it. It's Treasure Coast ahead of Sarasota Crew. And then it's now Oars ahead of Winter Park, it appears. It's going to come right down to it. Almost photo finishes for the medals. It does look like it's going to be Treasure Coast by about 10 feet over Sarasota Crew. Treasure Coast, gold. Sarasota Crew, silver. And now it's Winter Park back ahead of Oars. So they have just traded back and forth, and it's going to be Winter Park by 10 feet for the bronze medal over Oars. Wow, what a last 25 strokes for Winter Park there to finish ahead of Oars in 4th place. 5th place is going to be this boat in front of us now from the Bowl School, who will finish ahead of what looks like it's going to be Academy of the Holy Names ahead of Miami Beach, although you see the connection between even these 2 boats as they come through. So unofficially, and again, the medals, Treasure Coast, Sarasota Crew, Winter Park. In that order, The next race that will be on the race course as these boats finish up in front of us, and actually this finish is very close between Academy of the Holy Names and Miami Beach. The next race on the race course, and we'll send it to Joe, will be a 9-boat across race for the boys' first freshman 8 grand final.
Thank you, David. All right, we're down here at the start, and unfortunately, now if you look on your screen, you'll see that we have a crew from Miami having a little problems trying to do bumper cars with a crew from GAR over here closest to the wave attenuator. The wind is really starting to puff quite a bit, and these crews are going to have an interesting time getting onto the stake boats. As Dave indicated, we have 9 boats in this. Team Tampa is over in lane 00, which is over on the furthest bank. Sarasota crew is our fastest qualifying crew. They are next from the bank, and they're in lane 0 in a blue boat. Next to them, and their very, very characteristic yellow boat, is Berlin Jesuit. Treasure Coast in a white boat with purple oars with a white and a yellow stripe by the blade tip is next. Oars with if you don't look at them very close, you think they're national team colors, but they're orange on the top, blue on the bottom, and white tip. They're next. Winter Park. I'm sorry, that was Winter Park. GAR is okay. GAR's on the outside. We have a Space Coast crew with the light blue oars, and in between Space Coast and GAR is Miami. So 9 boats. Hopefully this will not be a goat rope. They'll be able to get some people to keep on sculling. And unfortunately, GAR didn't get the word. Oh, shoot. Okay. He's got, the kid from GAR's got to push his oar from strokes, or from bow's oar to hand it to 2. He'll never get the leverage. There he goes. He finally handled his oar up to person 2, and 2 is using his left arm in order to scull it around, as is 4. As if you try to row, you're just going to pull the boat forward. You don't want to do. You want to pull it sideways. And that's the reason why they're only using their left hands and reaching right out there. Okay, there's bringing it around. They're almost at the place where they're going to be at a point, but we do not have alignment quite yet. Again, this is way on the outside is Team Tampa. Sarasota crew is in that blue hull. Berlin Jesuit in yellow. Treasure Coast in white. Oars in white. Winter Park in a black hull. Space Coast in a black hull. Miami in a black hull. And in a red hull is GAR. GAR's doing a lot better job of keeping it sculling around there. Here comes a big puff. Remember, these rowers are all freshmen and younger. We might have some 6th or 7th or even 8th graders in this boat along with the freshmen. So these guys are doing very, very nicely, being able to handle this weather and these conditions, which is a challenge at the very best. Now, hopefully when they start off, the coxswains have a good idea with their rudder lines being marked as far as when their rudder is amidship and they won't go careening into each other. And we're still waiting for alignment here. 9-boat race. Nowhere else in the United States will you ever see this. And this is certainly a challenge with these relatively novice rowers. Of course, I don't know, here in Florida, they're probably starting at 6th grade, so. I can hear the aligner calling out, telling a particular lane, lane 5, back 1 foot. Okay, he's happy now. The green flag is up. Now the judge referee's looking over his fleet to see if they're all aligned right. Nobody's pointing at each other, which is not a good thing. And he'll tell everybody when he wants them to hand their oars back to their normal rowers. Okay, now they're handing all the oars back. Everybody has their right oars. We've had a start. That was masterful by that starter and the aligner to get everybody straight the way they did. That was fabulous. Okay, over on the far side. And it's Sarasota crew and Berlin. And then also in the fray is Treasure Coast. Back a little bit to oars, to Winter Park. And everybody is overlapped. This is great. But right now it's Berlin striking out there, reaching out there. Got about a half a deck on Sarasota crew. Over there in lane 2, Treasure Coast is even. Nope, Treasure Coast is down about 2 seats on Sarasota crew, and then half a length back from Treasure Coast's oars. So the seating is absolutely perfect. Everybody knows who's who in the zoo except for Berlin. Berlin is now just nosing a little bit ahead of Sarasota crew, and Treasure Coast is hanging with them. They're not falling back. We'll see whether or not Sarasota crew can start their stride, and there they go. Sarasota crew with those beautiful catches where those oars hook into the water is now moving away from Berlin in the first freshman 8 final. They're doing the beautiful technique of square, carry, and bury. That's where they square their blades, lift those hands up into the catch, and bury those blades. Sarasota crew leading Berlin, Treasure Coast in third. Toss it to you for our first freshman 8.
All right, thanks, Joe. This is the boys' first freshman 8 grand final. You saw at 500 meters, it was maybe a 3-foot lead for Sarasota crew over Belen Jesuit. Those are your top qualifiers. They're up there in lanes 0 and 1, respectively. Sarasota crew with the white blades dark boat. You got Belen Jesuit with the gold blades, really bright gold yellow boat. Treasure Coast was sitting in third place. You can see a beautiful shot there of 8 boats coming down the race course. There's actually a 9th boat up in lane 00, which is Team Tampa, which may or may not come into the picture here on the left. But there is actually 9 boats across in this boys' first freshman 8 grand final. And we'll see as they come through the halfway point, we'll see exactly where it stands at 500 to go. So let's remember the gap. It was about 3 feet for Sarasota crew at 500. What's it going to be? It looks like Belen Jesuit maybe has the lead from Sarasota crew. We'll see as the angle sort of squares up here exactly where they stand and what these crews respectively need to do in the last 500 meters to try to take the gold medal. But you can see these 2 boats moving very briskly down the race course trying to get that gold medal. And it may be dead level. Let's see exactly where it is at 500 to go. Oh, maybe a foot for Sarasota crew at 500 to go. So if it was 3 feet at 500 meters, it is 1 foot at 500 to go. This is as close as we have seen for a gold medal all day long. Could come down to a photo finish. They're going to trade punches. Coxswains are going to look back and forth. They're going to call for moves. They're going to ask their boys to take it up to see what they can do with the stroke rate to try to get more speed out of the shell. In third place continues to be Treasure Coast. In the picture, you're also seeing the boats from Winter Park and Oars. And those are your top 5 boats as they come through. And so we'll see exactly what's going to happen here as they get into the last 250 meters. Red buoys here at Sarasota Crew. It is Belen Jesuit. They are going for a gold medal ahead of Treasure Coast. Those are your top 3. In fourth place, looks like it's Winter Park, maybe moving away a little bit from Oars. Then behind Winter Park and Oars, it looks like it's Space Coast, and then Miami ahead of Gar and Team Tampa. But here we go. It's coming to the line.
So
Who's going to have the
Doug,
last
how
squeeze?
is it
Who's going to
working
take
out?
that last stroke?
Does it sound
Maybe
pretty
Belen
good?
has a slight advantage here now ahead of Sarasota Crew. Sarasota Crew pushing back. It's going to come right down to it.
Steve,
Bright
yeah.
blue, that's Sarasota Crew. Bright yellow, that's Belen Jesuit. This is the boys' freshman 8 for the 2021 FSRA Sweep State Championships. It's Sarasota Crew by a foot. Are they going to be able to hang on at the finish line? It is a photo finish. Photo finish. If I had to give it to anyone, maybe Sarasota Crew by 6 inches. Unbelievable finish.
He can
With
hear me
Belen
talking.
Jesuit somehow finding
We
a
don't-
little
we
bit
don't
more
try
speed to
to
close the
talk
gap
back
in the
and
last
forth.
couple
I do
strokes.
a handoff and then
Third
my
place is
client.
definitely Treasure
He's
Coast.
really
And fourth and
intensive
fifth place, a
there's
photo
not a
finish.
chance
Maybe
for a
Winter Park,
conversation.
maybe Oars.
But it would be nice.
Hard
I've
for
done
me
that
to
in the
say
past
what
when we
a
used to have the
finish. That is the
walkie-talkies.
closest one we have had of the whole regatta, and it was for the gold medal here in the boys' freshman 8. We'll have to check the results on it to be certain as Space Coast comes across the line in 6th place ahead of Miami in 7th place. And then here in lane 8, closest to us is going to be, lane 7 is going to be Gainesville area rowing that looks to finish ahead of Team Tampa up there in lane 00. What a race. Not sure Sarasota Crew, Belen Jesuit. The one thing I'm sure about is the bronze medal went to Treasure Coast. That was the boys' first freshman 8. We'll send it to Joe for the girls' freshman 4 petite final.
All righty, thank you very much. So for another 8-boat race, and the wind is mercifully died somewhat. This is good. We have the following participants over there in lane 00 is Palm River. In lane 0, Sora. Lane 1, Lyman. Lane 2, as we have a big puff of wind here. In lane 2 is Oars. Lane 3, Hollywood. Lane 4, Miami Rowing Club. Lane 5, Sebastian River Rowing. Lane 6, Palm River A. And in lane 7, Team Tampa. It looks like we already have an alignment. And the wind went down. This is good. Okay, we have a start. Okay, we've had a start in the race, and it is dead even for even lane 7, who's supposed to be seated really low, like they're in third place. Our leader is lane 4, which is Miami. And then over to lane 2 is Lyman. Lyman's in second place. Miami first, Lyman in second. And over there is lane 3. They are in third. And for some reason, they stopped rowing. One crew stopped, and some of the others stopped rowing, but now they just kept on going again. So the crew that stopped was the crew that was over there in Team Tampa. The race goes on. Don't stop until you hear the horn. All right. Lane 4. Miami continues to press their advantage in the girls' freshman 4. They have open water back to Hollywood. And then on the outside of Hollywood is Lyman. Lyman, who had stopped for just a second, but then got picked it up. And then here comes lane 5, which is Sebastian River. And staying in there very, very good, doing a great job, is lane 7. Lane 7 is Team Tampa. So with Miami in a good solid lead with Hollywood second, we'll toss it to you at the tower, David.
All right, thanks, Joe. This is the B final of the girls' freshman 4. Your leader is Miami way out in front in lane 4. That's the B entry from Miami. In this girls' freshman 4 category, the A entry was our fastest qualifier. We'll see them in the A final that follows this race. So Miami showing their depth, especially in these 4s. We've seen for years now that they have done extremely well in the 4s categories at these championships. So it's Miami out in front. And at 500 meters, we had Hollywood B in there. We had Lyman. Those were your probably top 3 as they came through 500 meters. But it's a very spaced out field of 9 boats coming down your race course here. Again, 9 boats is not something that you're generally going to see. You go to any other venue in America, and generally speaking, they do not have 9 available racing lanes. But we do here at Nathan Benderson Park. And Miami continues with this big open water lead, and it does look like the boat from Lyman and the boat from Hollywood, the B boat in the adjacent lane to Miami, those are the 2 that are connected for second and third. It's a little bit tough to tell which one is ahead of the other, possibly Lyman slightly ahead of Hollywood. Also in the mix, you're seeing the boat from Sora, the B boat, which is one of the boats on the top of your screen as you see them come down. That sign is the halfway point that you see above the boats. And as they start to come and approach 500 meters to go, again, this is the B final of the girls' freshman 4. And as they come through, you're going to see a several boat length of open water advantage as they come through the sign for Miami. Again, this is the B entry from Miami trying to win the B final. And you see how close it is. That bright blue boat is the boat from Hollywood. The other boat in the picture, the white one, is the boat from Lyman. And you can see straight across the line, it almost looks like a deja vu from our last race, that Belen Jesuit Sarasota race, where they're dead level coming through 500 meters to go. And then you've got that blue shell that is Sebastian River that is sitting just behind those 2. And coming through that line there is Sora with those bright green hats. And also in the mix there on the right side of your screen is the boat from Palm River that is in the mix here in the top 5. So way out in front is Miami Rowing Club. And as I look to my left and I look down the race course, you can tell they still have just a tremendous amount of open water. And you can still see just how close it is between Lyman and Hollywood. So that one's going to come down to the line. Hopefully we have another photo finish. I hope that the finish line attendants are ready to look straight down that line. They were woken up by the previous race. They're going to need to be on this one too, because these 2 bow balls, basically whoever's in the water between those 2 boats is in the lead for second place behind Miami. Miami with really a dominant start to finish here as they're into the last 200 meters. They're into those red buoys to try to win this B final and then cheer on their teammates to try to win the A final that comes next. And still sitting in 4th place is the boat from Sebastian River, but on the outside is the boat from Team Tampa, actually. Team Tampa, I called it Palm River. They have similar jerseys. It's actually Team Tampa that is trying to challenge Sebastian River for that 4th place spot. And then it's South Orlando with the bright green hats up toward the top of the race course. That is ahead of, looks like Palm River B and the boat from Oars and Palm River A. But it's going to be Miami. A couple strokes from the line. They're going to win the B final here in the girls' freshman 4. And it still is stroke for stroke between Hollywood and Lyman. going to be whoever's in the water. Looks like Lyman maybe with a slight advantage now, starting to pull away enough to take second place. Can they hang on to it? It's going to come right down to that line again. It's going to be Lyman by about 1.5 feet for second place over Hollywood B. Then it's going to be that boat in lane 5 from Sebastian River that will finish ahead of the boat in lane 7 from Team Tampa. And after Team Tampa, it's going to be the bright Volt Green hats of South Orlando that will finish ahead of Team Tampa B, rowing out of Palm River B, rowing out of lane 00. Then it will be Oars and Palm River A. So that was the girls' freshman 4B final. We'll send it to Joe for the A final.
Okay, we have a flag, we have a start, and here we go. Easy, okay? Okay. Okay, this is a really great start. It's hard for me to tell who's who in the zoo here, but it looks like our early leader is Miami, but then it's everybody else. Yep, Miami has about a deck over all the other crews, and then it's Miami Beach in second place, Hollywood in third, and then I can't tell anybody else. Everybody else is connected. Some really good rowing here. Nobody's falling off the back. Okay, Miami continues to press their advantage. Hollywood is staying right. Miami Beach and Hollywood are staying right with them. Okay, this is the girls' freshman final. And lane 0, Miami continues to press their advantage. And then it's even between lanes 1, 2, and 3, which is Vero Beach, Hollywood, and Miami Beach. It looks like lane 3 is supposed to be Miami Beach, but it is actually Hollywood. So Hollywood and Miami are using different bow numbers. But our leader clearly is Miami on the outside, and then we've got ourselves a real dog race between the next 3 crews. Pass it to you there. And the finish line tower, David Wyant.
Thanks, Joe. I love seeing 9 boats come across the camera there at 500 meters. It just makes me very happy to see 9 team boats going for the medals here in the girls' freshman 4. Miami out in front. Maybe they combined those 2 4s. They would have been in the medals for the 8s. But they're out in front here. They won the B final. The A entry is out in front here in the A final. It was Hollywood in second place, and then, as you said, it was a dogfight, which is true. Vero Beach, Miami Beach, Plant High School, all these boats kind of in the mix there for the bronze medal. I do want to make a general announcement, so everybody please listen to this announcement. To the extent that athletes are roaming around the grounds here on the island or otherwise and not wearing their masks, you do not want to be the athlete that doesn't wear the mask and that disqualifies your team here at our state championships. So please heed the advice of keeping your masks up above your nose and mouth. As we get back to the racing, it's still Miami out in front, and they have open water now of almost a full length, it looks like. And Hollywood, it looks like, got tracked down just a little bit by Vero Beach, but I think Hollywood still is sitting in second place. We'll see as they come through and we get the straight over angle at 500 meters to go. But it did tighten up a little bit. They were all connected before, but Hollywood had a pretty commanding second place at 500 meters. I think it's going to be a little bit closer here between Hollywood and Vero Beach. And then the boat that's in between the two is the boat, or excuse me, I am mixing them up here because I think they're a little bit out of order from what we see on our sheet. But it's Miami with 2 seats of open water, and then you see second place is that boat from Vero Beach. Third place now is Hollywood. Fourth place is Miami Beach, but you can see those 3 boats connected behind Miami going for those silver and bronze medals, places 2 through 4 in the state of Florida in the girls freshman 4. And then also on the screen, you see the bright green hats. That is South Orlando. Just to their right is the boat from Gainesville area rowing with the dark black blades. And the boat to the left of that, the gold boat, that is Plant High School. So we're seeing a good shot of a bunch of girls freshman 4s coming at our finish line here as they get into the last 350 meters. Can Miami hang on and go start to finish and win the A final as their teammates won the B final? They do have maybe a little bit of open water, so they've got a good cushion here as Hollywood starts to push it in the bright blue boat, as Vero Beach pushes it. So Vero Beach at 500 meters to go had the advantage for the silver medal over Hollywood. They continue to, but now we're seeing a push from Miami Beach in between the two. Those are your 4 boats. Only 3 of them will win medals. It does look like Miami is going to be hard to touch at this point, although these boats are pushing. Vero Beach is starting to track down Miami a little bit relative speed-wise, but are they going to have enough space to catch them? I'm not so sure. It's Miami out in front. It's Vero Beach in second. Vero Beach actually pulling away a little bit from Hollywood. Miami Beach trying to challenge Hollywood for that bronze medal. And those 2 boats are connected. Does Miami Beach have enough space here in the last 12 strokes to track down Hollywood? That's really what's at issue, as Vero Beach shows more speed than Miami, but I just think they're going to run out of water. Vero Beach, the fastest boat on the water at the moment, as they hit the finish line. It's going to be Miami holding on to a deck win in the girls freshman 4 over Vero Beach. And it's going to be a photo finish between Miami Beach and Hollywood. If I had to guess, to my eye, it was 6-inch bronze medal to Miami Beach over Hollywood. Then it's Gainesville, South Orlando, Plant High School. Then at the top of the race course, it's Capital City that's going to finish ahead of closest to us, First Coast. Wow. What a big last 500 meters unofficially to take the bronze medal, Miami Beach, to take it away from Hollywood there at the end. But Miami rowing with a gold medal, and in second place with a silver medal, Vero Beach. And then it was too close for me to call. I think it was Miami Beach, but it's between Miami Beach and Hollywood for the bronze. The next race on the race course, and I'm going to send it to Joe, is going to be the B final of the boys freshman 4.
Okay, we've had a start. They're about 150 meters into the course. On the far side, fastest qualifier is Ransom, followed by Oars, Berlin Jesuit, Pinecrest, North Orlando, Sebastian, and Berkeley Prep. Our early leader is Miami, followed by Sora. And then in lane 5, correction. Our leader is now lane 3, which is Pinecrest School. Pinecrest School in the lead of about a deck over the field. And then out in second place is Ransom out there in lane 0. And in third is lane 5, which is Sebastian River. Very, very close rowing. Only crews that are off the back are lane 4, which is North Orlando, and lane 6, which is Berkeley Prep. Really close racing. It looks like Pinecrest is starting to get overhauled by Ransom. And then we have also in play is Sebastian River, Berlin, and Oars. All right, so Pinecrest starting to get overhauled by lane 5 and lane 0. We'll toss it to you for the finish, David.
All right, beautiful shot there of all the boats coming through. And this is the B final of the boys freshman 4. And you can get a shot as we pan over. You can see the boats that are out sort of in front here. That blue boat, I think, is Sebastian River. And then that white boat out in front, I think it's Pinecrest. But it's a pretty spaced out field in comparison to some of the others that we have seen recently. But I bet you it's going to tighten up just a little bit as they move through and they start to realize that they're into the last 500. But this is the boys freshman 4B final. And we've got some B entries here. We've got some boats that are showing, we've got a Pinecrest B boat in this event. And then you'll see the Pinecrest A boat in the A final. So again, we're showing some pretty deep freshman programs, but these are exciting events. I really enjoy the freshman events because this is the first time that these athletes have been out on the race course in a Florida State championship, and they're racing against other athletes that are of very similar age or same grade level in school. So it's kind of really an equal playing field versus some of the other events where you might have athletes from all various ages making up, for instance, a varsity boat or otherwise. And so here we go. We've got the boats that are out in front of the field are, it looks to me, like Sebastian River and Pinecrest B. Sebastian River actually winning the race right now out of lane 5. I think if they end up hanging on, that'll be the first lane 5 winner that we've had all day. But Pinecrest, they're holding tough. The Pinecrest B boat in lane 3 and that white shell is trying to go right with them. You can see as they came through just how close it is. There's an overlap. So it's Sebastian River with about a half a length on Pinecrest. Pinecrest with about the same gap, it looks like, on oars up there. And those are your leaders. Or maybe it's Ransom. It's a little bit hard to tell for me. Yeah, it is Ransom School. So those are your top 3. Can Sebastian River hang on and be our first winner of any of these events so far today, or races out of lane 5? They're in that bright blue boat. They're trying to hold off Pinecrest, and one of the faster movers, maybe the fastest mover on the race course right now, is Ransom Everglades School up there in lane 0, all the way at the top of the race course in that white boat with the white blades. Behind those 3 is the boat from Oars sitting in 4th place, trying to hold off Belen Jesuit in the gold boat. Behind Belen Jesuit is the boat from North Orlando. And then closest to the beach coming down, sitting currently in 7th place, is the boat from Berkeley Prep in Tampa. So the fastest mover, as I said, is Ransom Everglades. If they can pull this off, they would have gone from 3rd place to 1st place in 500 meters. In the final 500 meters would Ransom Everglades School up there in lane 0. And it does look like they have pushed into the lead. So Sebastian River for 1,000 meters. It's now Ransom Everglades School. Can they hang on to it? Sebastian River, I can see that coxswain looking over at that Ransom Everglades boat, kind of wondering where that speed came from the Ransom Everglades School, and trying to will the gentleman on in that blue boat to try to at least hang on to the 2nd place spot. And it's going to come right down to it for 2nd place as Ransom Everglades crosses the line and wins this B level final, and it's too close to call another photo finish, maybe 6 inches for Sebastian River ahead of Pinecrest B. Those are your top 3 in some order there, and then it's Oars crossing the line in 4th place ahead of 5th place Belen Jesuit. After Belen Jesuit is the boat out of lane 4 North Orlando, and then it's going to be Berkeley Prep finishing it up. So that was the B final of the boys freshman 4. The A final, 9 boats across, is getting ready to go, and we'll send it to Joe.
Thank you, David. Oh, these crews are doing a much better job of maintaining their point. Will Liner's flag is up. And he's putting them sculling again. I thought he was going to bring up his red start flag. Everything go to hell in a handbasket real fast here. It's extremely difficult thing to do, start these boats with this wind that keeps on moving around up on the port side. It's almost about 20 degrees from being a beam wind. Okay, so there's a 9-boat race again. Dave's favorite. Out in lane 00 is Miami Beach, and then the fastest qualifying boat is Miami, followed by First Coast, Halifax, Sora, Pinecrest, Tampa Prep, Gar, and Plant. Closest to us. Yeah, it's actually calming down. This is nice. Okay, starters looking. He likes what he sees. And we got to start in the boys, freshman 4. Wow, this is really even racing. There isn't a half a length between anybody. All these crews are rolling along very nicely. Miami has maybe 6 inches over Sora and Halifax. Right now Miami has, again, half a deck over Sora, and then in between them is First Coast. First Coast is in 3rd place. Really nice racing. Still, everybody overlapped. Got some fantastic racing out here in our outer lanes between Plant, Gar, and Tampa Prep, as well as Pinecrest. Pinecrest is leading this particular mini fleet. So now First Coast is starting to drop back a little bit, but it is definitely Sora and Miami Rowing Club. Miami Rowing Club has about a deck as we're about 200 meters before we get to the 750. Very, very relaxed rowing by First Coast. They're maintaining a good position. And in 4th place is Pinecrest. And then everybody else. You're going to have a heck of a time calling this, David. Good luck and good racing in this boys freshman 4 final.
Wow, dead level to the 500 meters was Miami Rowing Club and South Orlando. They both qualified with almost the exact same time, 5:20 yesterday for this final. So maybe we shouldn't be surprised by the fact that at 500 meters they were absolutely dead level. But man, is it going to make for great racing all the way down the race course. So we'll remember that at 500 meters they were level. Let's see where they are at the next 500 meter point. Sitting in 3rd place was First Coast, who also I think won a heat yesterday. And so we'll see what happens for the bronze medal. But those 2 boats are out in front. It's South Orlando and it is the boat from Miami. And we'll see again what happens as they come down the race course and as they call their respective race plans. They decide to take power moves. They decide to mess with the cadence or strike rate in order to try to find more boat speed. But it's a bright green hats of South Orlando, and it is the trademark navy white and red of Miami. Those are the 2 boats out in front. Continuing to be in 3rd place is First Coast. They are 1 lane closer to the island than Miami. Miami is in lane 0. First Coast is in lane 1, and South Orlando is in lane 3 as they come down. And you can see I can look to my left and I can look at the race course, or I can look to my right at the screen and what you're seeing on the Jumbotron or on YouTube. And you can see all of these boats in the mix. As they come through the sign, which is going to be here in a second, we'll see exactly where these 2 boats are relative to one another. They were dead level at 500 meters. Now I'm going to give it to Miami by 2 feet over South Orlando at 500 to go. So they're still basically the same speed, are those two boats. Gainesville trying to cut into First Coast's bronze medal position. And leaving the camera here, we'll see all of these boats come through very quickly. Look at all the boats that are bunched up here. A very competitive boys freshman 4 grand final, 9 boats across. It's South Orlando and it's Miami, and they have been trading punches all the way down. They have been the same speed. Who's going to be the faster boat in the last 300 meters to win a gold medal in the boys freshman 4? I want to make the announcement one more time. Do not find yourself the athlete who gets tapped on the back by an official out here and gets their team disqualified because you're not wearing your mask. Mask up. Keep them up and covering your face, please. Otherwise, you are at risk of disqualifying your team here at our FSRA Sweep Championships. So you are forewarned. Let's look at this race again. Miami really started to wind it up. Miami had a very high stroke rating. See if we can get a cadence on them. They're trying to go. They're trying to see if they can take this gold medal. They had 2 feet at 500 meters to go over South Orlando. South Orlando is trying to move also. 39 strokes a minute for Miami. In fact, South Orlando may now be in the lead as they come through. South Orlando, bright green hats, 40 strokes a minute. Wow. What a last 500 if South Orlando can pull this off. It's going to come right down to it again. And look at these races today. Just unbelievable racing that we have had all the way to the finish line, especially in the last 5 or 6 races. It's going to be South Orlando unofficially by about 6 feet over Miami. South Orlando taking the gold, Miami the silver. It's going to be First Coast with a bronze just ahead of Gainesville, finishing in 4th place, ahead of, looks like Halifax. And then it's Tampa Prep and Plant High School ahead of Pinecrest, and then it's going to be Miami Beach all the way up there in lane 00. So it was Miami in the lead by 2 feet at 500 to go, and it finished up with a 6-foot gold medal row and win by South Orlando. What another finish. So South Orlando with the gold, Miami with the silver, and First Coast with the bronze. That was the boys freshman 4 grand final. The next race on the race course, we're moving back to the 8s. It's the girls' second freshman 8 final.
Toss it to you. They're at about 700 meters. Toss it to you, David, for the finish.
All right, one last time. I am looking down and I'm seeing athletes not wearing masks. If you are not wearing your mask, you might want to put it up, because if you get that tap on the shoulder and you disqualify your team, I'm pretty sure your team's not going to be real happy with you. Masks up if you're an athlete on the venue. Thank you. Right in front of us here is the girls' second freshman 8, and out in the lead is Treasure Coast. They're just slightly ahead there of, looks like, Sarasota Crew and Winter Park High School as they come through the finish line. Sorry that we did not see that one, but it is the girls' second freshman 8, and it's Treasure Coast by a length over Sarasota Crew. Sarasota Crew by about 3 seats over Winter Park. So that's how that one finished up. That was really another close race. All 3 of the 3 boats in that race all connected. That was the girls' second freshman 8. They're all taking home medals. Treasure Coast ahead of Sarasota Crew and Winter Park. The next race on the race course that is getting into position up there is the boys' second freshman 8. And that is also a final. It's going to be five boats across. If they are all there, it's a little bit hard for me to see. I think they are. I think maybe they're just going into lanes, maybe even to stay sort of away from one another. It looks like Belen Jesuit A, Sarasota Crew, Treasure Coast, Space Coast, and Belen Jesuit B are the 5 boats that are going to contest the boys' second freshman 8.
All right, we're having some issues getting onto the stake boat. Space Coast crew of the second freshman 8 it went into lane 4 because they couldn't get into lane 5. Berlin is going into lane 5 because of where Space Coast took up their place. So as we look down, you're going to see 3 crews along the far shore, Berlin A, Sarasota Crew, and Treasure Coast, then opening, and then Space Coast, and then finally Berlin B. Berlin B is having quite a challenge getting onto their stake boat. In the meantime, the other crews continue to scull to maintain their point as Berlin B will get onto their new assigned place because their other lane was taken by Space Coast. The liner is now coxing the Berlin B boat. And looks like they're going to get on there. Okay, now Berlin is on, so they now have to start sculling around. So 2 will take bows oar, and 4 will take 3s, and hopefully they'll be able to hold on as they swing their bow up into the wind. This is again a 5-boat race. Berlin Jesuit A, Sarasota Crew A, Treasure Coast, Space Coast, and Berlin B. Okay, get ready to go. We have a start in the boys' second freshman 8 final. And it's too close to call between our lead 3 boats, and that is Berlin A, Sarasota Crew, and Treasure Coast. Berlin B has a slight lead over Space Coast. And again, it's too close to call between the lead 2 crews of Sarasota Crew, Berlin A, and Treasure Coast. Treasure Coast is dropping back a little bit, but Berlin and Sarasota Crew are stroke for stroke. Whose oar is in the water, who's accelerating coming out of the release, that's who's going to be in the lead. Back and forth is like a yo-yo. It's great racing. Oh, it's great racing. Treasure Coast is just back about 3 seats. But Berlin and Sarasota Crew, it's a barn burner. It's an official barn burner, David. Get ready, because you got your work cut out for you. Norm, start that video camera. Coming down to 1,000 meters. This is fantastic. Absolutely fantastic racing between Berlin, Sarasota Crew, and Treasure Coast. In this, our boys' second freshman 8 final. Toss it to you, David.
Thanks, Joe. You're right. Fantastic is a good description of what we're seeing. Sarasota Crew by maybe a deck over Belen Jesuit. Belen Jesuit maybe half a length over Treasure Coast. So those 3 boats as they came through, obviously going for the medals here in the boys' second freshman 8, they're all connected. So let's remember that. It was about a 10-foot advantage for first place by Sarasota Crew at 500 meters ahead of Belen Jesuit. Belen Jesuit maybe with about 15 feet on Treasure Coast. So how is it going to shape up as they come through the middle 500 section of this race? And what's it going to look like when there are 500 meters left to go? Also in the race, the other 2 boats are Space Coast and Belen Jesuit B. And those 2 boats are look to be connected as they come down lanes 3 and 4 respectively, closest to the beach coming down. So Space Coast and Belen Jesuit B are connected. So you've got 2 races going on here within the race. It's Sarasota Crew still out in front, and it's Belen Jesuit still in second place. Maybe have faded back just a little bit Treasure Coast, but we don't want to count them out. They have had a bunch of good races here as a team, has Treasure Coast all day long. And it does look like they still have connection. It's just that they may be close to losing connection, at least on Sarasota Crew as Treasure Coast. But we'll see exactly as they come through 1,000 meters where things stand. So let's remember, it was Sarasota Crew by about 10 feet and Belen Jesuit by about 15 feet over Treasure Coast. Looks like Belen Jesuit maybe has made the Sarasota Crew lead a little bit smaller, or it's about the same as it was at 500 meters. Yeah, I'm going to call it about the same. It's Sarasota Crew. You can see the Belen Jesuit bow ball is touching the 3-man in the Sarasota Crew boat as they drop in the water. But you can see that the advantage for Belen Jesuit over Treasure Coast has swelled by about a third or a half of a length. So those are your top 3. And again, Treasure Coast still has connection with Belen Jesuit, but has lost connection with Sarasota Crew. So they're in the last 400 meters. Sarasota Crew in between the 2. They're in the blue shell with the white jerseys. It is Belen Jesuit with the white and gold jerseys, gold blades, and bright gold boat up there in lane 0, furthest from the beach. And it's Treasure Coast in the white boat with the blue blades. Looks like with a vertical gold stripe on the ends that is sitting in the bronze medal position closest to the beach of the 3. And looking back down the race course, it's Belen Jesuit B boat sitting in 4th place ahead of the entry there from Space Coast, who is sitting in 5th place. This is the boys' second freshman 8 final, and it's been close all the way down. You've seen connection. Nobody has been able to break connection other than Sarasota Crew has been able to break connection on 3rd place Treasure Coast. but it's still Belen Jesuit connected with Sarasota Crew as they move down the race course. But I think they're going to run out of water at Sarasota Crew. Let's see if we can get a stroke cadence on Sarasota Crew as they try to hang on to a win here in the boys' second freshman 8. 35 strokes a minute for Sarasota Crew, almost 3/4 of a length ahead of second place Belen Jesuit. Belen at a higher stroke rating than Sarasota Crew, about 38 is how they are going to finish. It's Sarasota Crew, 3/4 of a length victory over Belen Jesuit. Belen Jesuit with half a length of open water ahead of bronze medal Treasure Coast. And looking at this battle going on, look at this match race. It is Space Coast trying to find some speed here, and they're finding it in the last 200 meters. They're starting to cut into the lead that Belen Jesuit B had, and it looks like to me, whether they're rowing together or not, the bow man a little bit off in terms of timing. It looks like Space Coast is going to take fourth place away from Belen Jesuit B, and that's exactly what's going to happen in the boys' second freshman 8 grand final. So to recap, Sarasota Crew, gold medal. Belen Jesuit with the silver medal. Treasure Coast with the bronze medal. Then it was Space Coast in 4th. Belen Jesuit B in 5th. And we'll send it to Joe at the start line. The next race is the girls' 3rd varsity 8 grand final.
Thank you, David. Sounds like a really excellent racing. Boy, it was really special when they passed the first 500. Okay, we're now on the starting line for the 3rd varsity 8 for the women. We have an open lane in lane 4. Pinecrest is now rowing out of lane 5, but with a lane 4 bow marker, okay? So just keep an eye on that. And we're trying to get the boats lined up, a skull around. And Pinecrest is having some difficulty here. 2 just took bow's oar. And the wind is not too bad now all of a sudden. We already have alignment. Green flag is up. Yeah, the starter is providing a lot of direction to Pinecrest, who stops going. Everybody's got their oar back. Sliding forward to start position. Go, good start. Okay, we have a good start in the girls' varsity, 3rd varsity 8. And Sarasota Crew A is out to a two-seat advantage. In 2nd place over there is Oars. In 3rd place is Sarasota B. 4th place is Oars. And Pinecrest is off the back of the field. Okay, Sarasota A is sitting there. Well, they were sitting there at half a length, but now Oars is making a big move. They've taken back 2 seats, and Oars is the fastest crew on the water. Sarasota B is dropping back, and there goes Oars. Oars looks like they've been shot out of a gun. Holy moly. They're picking it up, putting it down. They're gaining a foot a stroke on Sarasota Crew. Meanwhile, Oars A and Sarasota Crew, Oars B and Sarasota Crew B have a good race. But Oars A now has 2 seats on Sarasota Crew A. What a big move they put on at about right. I think they have just extended their starting sequence. You've got a heck of a race now with Oars about a deck ahead of Sarasota Crew. Now there goes Sarasota Crew. Sarasota Crew is putting on a big move. You've got just a heck of a race to call there, David. Passing it to you at the finish line tower.
All right, here we go. Another just back and forth heavyweight battle here between these girls' third varsity eights. I mean, just going at one another. It's kind of whoever's making a move gets out in front just a little bit. As you heard early on, the first 250, it was Sarasota Crew A out in front of Oars A. At 500 meters, you saw it was a deck lead for Oars, but you could see that as they came through the sign, Sarasota Crew was showing just a little bit more speed than Oars. So this is going to be a back and forth, it appears, all the way down the course between those two. And then you've got Sarasota Crew B ahead of Oars B, and those two boats are connected. You see them in the picture there, but open water behind the A boats from the respective programs. So again, seeing the depths of the programs, seeing these eights that they're putting out on the water. Halfway through this race, it's a girls' third varsity eight, and it's too close to call up front. We'll see as they come through the sign exactly where it is. Looks to my eye like Sarasota Crew may be back out in front of Oars, but I don't want to call it before we get good visual confirmation from the camera at the sign at 1,000. But it's the pink hats of Sarasota Crew. It's the orange hats of Oars. And you've got two boats of each of those programs here going after each other in the girls' third varsity 8 grand final. You switch to that other. And here they come. As they come through, we're going to see just where they stand. I think it's a slight advantage for Sarasota Crew. We'll see exactly. Oh, those are the second boats. But it is a Sarasota Crew advantage. I can tell from my eye here. It's the blue boat out in front of the black boat, and we'll see if Oars can come back. So it's been a back and forth. It was Oars at 500 meters. It was Sarasota Crew at 500 meters to go. Really, it was, if it remains this way, it was a dominant middle 500 meters for Sarasota Crew that got them out into the lead here. And we'll see if they can hang on to that advantage that they have grabbed ahead of Oars and stay in front and win the gold medal, or if Oars is going to have a big finish to try to close the gap and see if they can't push their bow ahead by the time they get to us. It's going to come right down to it again. This is another close race. We have just seen some amazing racing so far this morning. Still sitting in third place is Sarasota Crew B. Still sitting in fourth place is Oars B, and in fifth place continues to be the boat from Pinecrest, closest to the beach coming down. But it's now swelled to maybe open water for Sarasota Crew. As you see those very interesting all-white oars come through the water, they are maybe even rowing away from Oars at this point as Sarasota Crew 12 strokes from the line to take a gold medal in the girls' varsity 8. It was so close, at least to the halfway point, and then Sarasota Crew found a little bit more speed and imposed their will on Oars, and it's going to be Sarasota Crew by open water now at the finish line of about a half a length. The silver medal is going to go to Oars A. And then it's still connection here between Sarasota Crew B and Oars B. We'll see if Oars B can close that gap of about 3/4 of a length. They're probably going to run out of water. 10 strokes from the line for a bronze medal. It's Sarasota Crew hanging on in this girls' third varsity 8 event. And they will hang on and take the bronze medal, will Sarasota Crew B, ahead of Oars B. And Oars B will take fourth place ahead of Pinecrest. So that was the girls' third varsity 8 race. The boys' third varsity 8 race, I can see, is already on the race course, so we'll send it to Joe.
Thank you, David. Okay, so we've got ourselves a beautiful race here in this boys' third varsity 8, where Oars, Sarasota Crew, and Space Coast are totally overlapped. Not much in it, with the Bowl School trailing by open water. Sarasota Crew has about 2 seats on the field, but then it's even between Space Coast and Oars. Very, very fluid rowing in that crew from Sarasota Crew. Really reach out there with their hands and then reach out and grab that water. Very, very nice. Rowing with those all-white croaker oars. I thought they're only supposed to be for coastal, but They're looking really good this morning. So it's too close to call with about 3 in a dead heat. Back to you, David.
All right, thanks, Joe. And they just keep coming hot and heavy here, these close races. The Sarasota crew with half a length there on Space Coast at 500 meters. Space Coast with a deck on oars. All 3 boats connected. So we'll see if Sarasota crew in the white shell can break connection on the others. This is the boys' 3rd varsity 8. The other 4th boat that's in the race, but off the back, is the Bowles School. So it's 4 boats here in the boys' 3rd varsity 8. Obviously, again, showing the depths of these programs to be able to put out a 3rd varsity 8, especially when they're putting out all these other 8s, freshman 8s, junior 8s, etc. But it's Sarasota crew trying to win another gold medal here in an 8s race. They are out in front. They have not broken the connection on, I think, either boat at this point. It was Space Coast sitting in 2nd place at 500 meters as these boats come through the halfway point. It's the boat in the middle. It's Sarasota crew out in front. And it continues to be, looks like maybe oars and Space Coast are very close to dead level at this point. So Space Coast at 500 meters that had a deck on oars. A deck is only about 8 feet, so it wasn't a big advantage there. It may now be oars with a slight advantage, but we'll see exactly as they come through the 1,000-meter point in our race with 500 meters to go. This is the boys' 3rd varsity 8. And you see the sign, that yellow and black sign is 500 meters to go. It's Sarasota crew. They have now broken the overlap on the rest of the field. 1 seat of open water ahead of oars. So my eyes were correct. It is oars who has taken back about 20 feet from Space Coast. And so it's oars with a 10 or 12-foot advantage on Space Coast. Space Coast sitting in 3rd place, and 4th place continues to be the Bowles School. So the real race here that's going on are the 2 connected boats are the 2nd and 3rd place boats. It's oars and Space Coast going for a silver medal behind Sarasota crew. Sarasota crew with open water. You would think as they approach the last 250, Sarasota crew's race plan will be relatively conservative. It's to try to stay out in front, minimize mistakes, make moves as they need to make moves to keep their bow out in front. But what are we going to see out of Space Coast? Are they going to be able to track down oars, or is oars going to move away from Space Coast and take a commanding silver medal? Those 2 boats still remain connected. Bowles School still in 4th place. And it's Sarasota crew. White boat, white blades, white jerseys out in front. Even more of an advantage now for Sarasota crew of open water. And it's oars with too much, it looks like, for Space Coast. Oars starting to move away from Space Coast and starting to match the speed of Sarasota crew, who is in the last 10 strokes to the line in this boys' 3rd varsity 8 grand final. Our penultimate 8s race of our championships. And then we will finish up with the pairs events. It's going to be Sarasota crew with another gold medal here in the boys' 3rd varsity 8 by half a length of open water ahead of oars. Oars finishing with a silver medal, almost 3/4 of a length of open water ahead of Space Coast, who will take the bronze. And the Bowles School will finish in 4th place, about 25 strokes from our line. We got one more 8s race, and we'll send it to Joe for it. It's going to be the boys' 4th varsity 8 grand final.
Thank you, David. As you were saying, this is just amazing, the amount of participation that we're seeing from these programs. They're able to field 4th varsity 8s in addition to freshman 8s and lightweight 8s. And in the previous race, 2 third 8s. I mean, having this rowing opportunity for these young athletes is just absolutely fantastic. And I want to put a plug in for Masters rowing. You know, just because you're through a university and maybe you have a child that is rowing, and you're looking at that and you say that must be fun. Well, probably in June there will be a Learn to Row at your local rowing club, and if you want to have a lot of fun, think about going down and trying out Masters rowing. And I'd also like to put a shout out to are adaptive rowing programs. There's a rowing program in Jacksonville. I also have a rowing program here in Sarasota. And we also have rowing programs for veterans. So if you're a veteran, if you're interested in learning how to row, or you want to get back out on the water and have some experience, please contact your local rowing club. They'll be waiting for you with open arms. So as we sit down here, we've got 3 crews on the starting block. Sarasota crew, oars, and bowls, and we have a start. There's some big kids in that oars boat. Look at 6 stroke. Man. All right. Sarasota crew has had a good start. They're out to about a 4-seat advantage over oars that has a similar advantage over the bowl school. Now remember, all these third varsity 8s, these are the lean and hungry, what we used to call the land sharks. You guys that are rowing the boats above them, be very afraid, because they want your seat, and they are happy to help you get faster, because they want to row as much as everybody else. And it's these crews right here that push all the other crews. Sarasota crew has now opened up to about a deck open water, going into 1,100 meters to go. Oars is kind of starting to slip back a little bit, and the bowl school is now overlapping oars. Well, that's it for me, David. Oh, look at that. The Sarasota crew has a bucket at 7 and 6. I was wondering why bow was rowing port. I'll let you explain that, David, as we'll toss it to you for the finish of this race.
All right, 3 boats. This is the boys' varsity 8 grand final. Sarasota crew was out in front. You saw with open water. Joe pointed out that bucket rig in the boat. What does that mean? That means that you see that 2 rowers are holding oars on the same side consecutively in the boat. And you see that in the 7 and 6 seats in that Sarasota crew boat. So it's Sarasota crew out in front of oars and bowls in that order as they come down. It's open water, as I said, for Sarasota crew. There was some connection between oars and bowls. It wasn't very connected. Bowl school was really struggling to hold connection there with oars. So we'll see if it kind of spaces out as they come down the race course in that manner. But it's a 3-boat race, and again, it's the 4th varsity 8s. So you're talking about 32 varsity 8 rowers that are out here. And I think for some crews, they had even multiple entries in the 3rd varsity 8. So you're talking about maybe 40 rowers at the varsity level for some of these programs. And the 4th varsity 8 is an event that doesn't even necessarily always exist. It exists only if the programs can field the boats. And we've got 3 programs here that can, Sarasota crew, oars, and bowls. And they sit in those positions that I just mentioned, coming down and through. And you're going to see where they stand exactly with 500 meters to go as they come through our Team USA signs. And it's Sarasota crew coming through with 500 meters to go in the first place position. Coming into the picture there is oars. So you can see that it's about 3 boat lengths of open water for Sarasota crew ahead of oars. And there still is connection there. So the bowl school is staying pesky here with oars. Oars is not able to open up water on the bowl school. And we'll see if bowls can maybe start tracking them down, stroke by stroke. A matter of inches every time they drop in the water. If I was a coxswain in the bowls boat, that's what I'd be looking for. I'd be taking a move here, and I'd be saying, give me a couple of seats, and we know we can move a little bit faster than oars. And then you just keep trying to take seats. You use the stroke rating. But Sarasota crew is way out in front, and then those two boats are connected. I think the Bowl School might be making it a little bit closer here with oars, so this might be exactly what's happening. A little bit of motivation in the Bowls boat, and then you don't really know if they're going to take the stroke rating up maybe before oars to try to find a little bit of a jolt of speed to start tracking them down. So is oars going to be able to hold them off? Did Bowls go too early? Did they use too much effort trying to find speed to track down oars? That's the race that's going on here because Sarasota Crew is rowing away with it out front. See if we can get a stroke rating on this fourth varsity 8. 36 strokes a minute for Sarasota Crew. And it's still oars and bowls. They are still connected. It's going to come right down to the finish line in front of us to see who takes the bronze medal and who takes the silver medal. It's back and forth. It is bowls and it's oars. It might be bowls now pushing in front of oars. I do think that's exactly what has happened. Sarasota Crew is going to win the gold. And they come through the finish line. And it's bowls. They're out in front. But now it's oars coming back. Wow. What a great last 500 meters here in the boys' fourth varsity 8 between oars and bowls going for a silver medal. Is bowls going to be able to now hang on? I think they are. And they're going to take the silver medal away from oars in that last 500 meters, and they're going to take it by about 3 seats ahead of oars. What a race. What a last 8th race that we have of our 2021 championships here, Joe. I want to make the announcement one more time. It's not just the athletes on the venue. It's also spectators, coaches, parents. If you're not wearing your mask, you're going to find yourself in bad shape with the rest of your team. If you get that tap and the officials tell you that because you're not wearing your mask, your team is disqualified. So wear your masks, keep them up. It's for everybody's safety. Obviously, everybody knows the state of the world. Doesn't take a whole lot of effort to wear a mask. So let's wear the masks. That was a boys' fourth varsity 8, won by Sarasota Crew ahead of bowls and oars in that order. The next race is going to be the B final of the girls' pair. We're going to have 4 pairs races, 2 B finals, 2 A finals to finish our championships.
Okay, with about 750 meters to go, it's Hollywood Rowing Club over Cape Coral, followed by Plant. Trailing the field somewhat is Team Tampa and Berkeley Prep. Lyman was a no-show. So Team Tampa started off in lane 5, but I think they're now about over in lane 2. That's right, they're not hindering anybody. It's not a problem. So it's a very, very nice race. Handling the water very well is Hollywood, and they have, they just stopped. I'm going to toss it over to you, David, because it looks like it's getting interesting, as pair races can sometimes be.
Thank you very much. These pairs are through the halfway point, and they are approaching 500 meters to go. This is the B final, the petite final of the girls' pair. And as Joe told you, we do not have Lyman High School, so if you're looking at a heat sheet, we've got Berkeley Prep in lane 0. We've got, Hollywood in lane 1, Cape Coral in lane 2, Plant High School in lane 3, and Team Tampa in lane 4. Berkeley Prep was your top qualifier for this petite final, but they are not in the lead here. As I look down the race course, I'm seeing the 5 boats, and I'm seeing the boat from Cape Coral that appears to be out in front, just slightly ahead of Plant High School. Well, it's a little bit hard to tell. As they come through the picture here, I'll be able to get a better view and let you know exactly, because they may be a little bit out of order in terms of who's coming through. It's Hollywood in the bright blue boat as they come through 500 meters to go. They've got about a deck advantage over Plant High School in second place. Third place boat right on the heels of Plant High School is the boat from Cape Coral. So those are your top 3. Then it's Berkeley Prep coming through. And then it is Team Tampa. So that seems to be your order as they come. It is, again, that highlighter blue-colored boat from Hollywood out in front. But in a pairs race, first of all, they're very difficult boats to row. They're very difficult to keep straight. and takes a lot of mental effort in addition to the physical effort, because they're not going down the race course nearly as fast as an 8 would. So the race lasts much longer. It's a much more grueling race. But on top of it, they've got a little bit of the crosswind here to deal with. And so it's going to push the boats a little bit closer to the beach all the way down. The rower that's on the starboard side or closer to the beach coming down in these races really has a bit more of a burden than they normally would in order to try to keep the boat straight and level down the race course in each lane. It's Hollywood continuing to lead this B final of the girls pair. But again, there is connection between 3 boats. In fact, it looks really dead level between Plant High School and Cape Coral. And so those 2 boats are really dropping in almost exactly the same time. Looks like they might be separated by a couple of feet. And it's going to come right down to it in this petite final in terms of how they're going to finish. But Hollywood is continuing to be out front. And stroke ratings may really come into play in these pairs in our last 25 or so strokes to the finish line. It's looks like Plant High School is starting to take it up, and they took it up maybe first. Excuse me. Oh, and a little sort of half crab there from Cape Coral, and it took them off course to the point where now they have moved into the same lane as Hollywood. So we'll see what ends up happening here. Hollywood was in the lead. Cape Coral sort of, the stroke woman took a digger there, and it now has Plant High School out in the lead of this race. Plant High School is going to win this B final in the gold and black of HB Plant High School and finish ahead of Hollywood. We'll see if there are any sort of kind of protests or what ends up happening with the results. But Hollywood's going to come across the line in second place ahead of third place, which is Cape Coral. And then fourth place, excuse me, is going to be Berkeley Prep up there in lane 0, and fifth place Team Tampa. So that's how they're going to come across the line. We'll see if those results change in any way, given what occurred there in the last 200 meters with Cape Coral taking a digger going into Hollywood's lane. But Plant High School across the line in first, Hollywood in second, Cape Coral in third, Berkeley Prep, and then Team Tampa. I'm going to send it to Joe. They're already on the race course with the A final of the girls pair.
Send it back to you. I can't see him anymore.
All right, so we're going to look at the video, and I'm going to set this stage for you here in terms of the boats that are in the race, because they're coming into the last 500 meters. They're really running the races quickly here to get them in, and all the way across from lane 0 to lane 7, all the way up in lane 0 is Miami. Then we have Ransom Everglades School in lane 1, Palm River, then Melbourne High School in lane 3, Manatee County lane 4, Rocks in lane 5, Sarasota Crew in lane 6, and the Bull School in lane 7. Looks to me like, to my eye, that your leader, as I should have looked at the screen there, your leader is Ransom Everglades School, I would guess they're in lane 1. And they are coming through, and they're being challenged by Miami. Those are your top 2 for sure. Then you've got Palm River in the gold boat sitting in third place. This is a race for medals. This is the A final of the girls pair. And again, it does look like Ransom Everglades School is in front. And it looks like Miami is pretty close to level with Palm River. Probably Miami sitting in the silver medal position just ahead of Palm River. Anything can happen in the last 250 meters. Favorite race I've ever called in my career of calling races was the men's pair at the 2017 World Championships, where Italy decided in the last 500 meters that they didn't want to have anything to do with fourth place, and they wanted to take the gold medal. And the pace was just absolutely unbelievable. These boats can really change speeds if they start taking up the stroke rating and finding the last of their energy here in the last 250 meters. It's still Ransom Everglades School, and it looks like they're probably going to win this thing, although Miami is really pushing it up there in nice flat water, and they've taken the stroke rating up, maybe even going to a 3/4 stroke is Miami to try to find a little bit more speed. But really proficiently rowed here by Ransom Everglades School and Miami. They both look very, very nice. A little bit different styles, a little bit shorter stroke from Miami than Ransom Everglades. It's going to be Ransom Everglades School winning the girls pair at the 2021 FSRA Sweep Championships ahead of silver medal Miami. And then the bronze medal is going to go to lane 2. That's Palm River. 4th place right now is Melbourne High School. And they've got a nice gap back to Rocks. So it looks like Melbourne will finish in 4th place, Rocks in 5th. Just behind Rocks is the boat from Manatee County. And then it's Sarasota Crew ahead of the Bulls School, and it looks like that's how they will finish here in the girls pair. So unofficially, Ransom Everglades with the gold, Miami with the silver, Palm River with the bronze in the girls pair. We have 2 more races. It's going to be the B final of the boys pair and the A final of the boys pair as we finish up our day here. Finals day of the 2021 FSRA Sweep Championships. One last reminder, wear your masks. I can see you. I'm looking down. I know you don't have your mask up. Put it up. Do not be the person who costs your team a medal or a trophy here at our championships. I'll send it to Joe for the B final of the boys pair.
Thank you, David. It appears that we may have some difficulty with the entry from Manatee County. They have gone off the race course and are sitting on the west side. Now it appears that they are sending everybody from the B final off the race course. They're sending them over through the east side. Going to have the A final first. So this A final ought to be really, really good because we've got some really excellent boats, and as David has alluded to, as have I, things can happen really fast in a small boat, like a pair or a single. So sometimes you, as he said, you could be down half a length and then just jack up the rating and go for it. And the Italians are very, very famous for doing that. I remember watching the Hungarian rowing pair with, and they're pulling not only themselves with a fairly heavy load, but they also have a coxswain, and they're rowing at 50 strokes a minute, which is just ridiculously hard. Okay, so now as we might be able to see with the camera for the start line, the crews are pulling into the starting blocks. And this is kind of tricky in a pair because you want to maneuver the boat, but then again, by the same token, this is not a time where you want to have this one person take the other person's oar. So it's kind of delicate. It should be blazing fast though with this tailwind. It's actually a port quarter wind, so the wind is actually coming about 30 degrees from perpendicular on the port side, or on their on their port side. It's calmed down a little bit. Okay, this is a 7-boat race, and I'll give you lineups. Over in lane 00, our fastest qualifier is Miami Rowing Club, followed by Sora in lane 1, Berlin Jesuit in lane 2, Vero Beach Rowing in lane 3, Sarasota Scullers in lane 4, Treasure Coast in lane 5, Palm River in lane 6, and Sebastian River in lane 7. The crew from Palm River is having some issues. They're in that yellow boat trying to maneuver onto the starting block. And if you haven't played around with the boat, it can be quite a challenge. Okay, good job, stake boat person. Grab a hold of that thing. Well done. Okay, looks like we're getting fairly ready. The aligner is going to be eyeballing it fairly soon here. And this is going to be quite a challenging race because of the wind and being able to maintain their point and stay in the lane. I don't know if any of these crews have what is called a tow or rudder like we have in our boat, but you've got to really, really pay attention to what's going on. If you don't have a rudder, it's really the responsibility of the person in stroke who can see whether or not you're in the proper lanes to increase or decrease power in order to keep the boat straight. And also you want to stay smooth. If you start getting all cattywampus, you could go for a swim real fast. All right, we have alignment. The green flag is up, and this is for the state championship title for the pair. Men's pair, boys pair. And we have a start. Here we go. And Vero Beach is off like a gun. Holy moly. They are just jacking it up, and they're right out there with Sora. Go. Also, Sebastian River is doing an excellent job. Totally, everybody's in it. Our leaders are our first four lanes: Miami, Sora, Berlin, and Vero Beach. Sarasota Scholars is back about a half a length. And right now, it's Miami starting to press their advantage. They are just smooth as butter, and they are out about a half a length. Battery's getting low. Sora is very smooth. They're in second place. Miami now has broken the field. They are out at open water. We have an overlap for the next four crews of Sora, Berlin, Vero Beach, and Sarasota Scholars. Sebastian River is trying to stay in the fray. Sarasota Scholars is trying to overtake. Oh, they caught a little crab there, Sarasota Scholars. They were on the move trying to pass Vero Beach, and that cost them a half a length. Now, Miami is walking on the field. They have open water, and Berlin is trying to overtake Sora. Vero Beach now has open water over Scholars. It's going to be a great race. Pass it to you, David, at the finish line.
Jeff and Alexis, we see you with your chin diapers. Pull up the mask. We see you out there. I know you hear me. We're watching you. Thank you for putting up the mask. Keep it up, please. All right. This is the A final of the boys pair. It was Miami out in front at 500 meters. It looked like they were in front of Vero Beach, but there's really a lot of boats in the mix here. And as you see them all, you can get almost all of them in one shot of the screen here of our cameras as they approach the halfway point. Again, it's the A final of the boys pair. And I assume we're going to have the B final next, but we'll see. But it is the A final, and it's 8 boats across down this race course here at Nathan Benderson Park. This is the last of our A finals for our 2021 championships. And it's still Miami all the way up there in lane 0 that's out in front. They were the fastest qualifier from the heats. And it does appear to me that your second place boat continues. It's either Vero Beach or Belen Jesuit, one or the other, but they're all so bunched up. I also see Sarasota Scullers there in the mix, Treasure Coast. They're all really at 1,000 meters is where I think we're going to get a better sense of how the medals might look in these last 500 meters. What I can tell you is that it is a big lead here for Miami. You're going to see them come through. They've got a couple boat lengths of open water ahead of the rest of the field. And they are coming into the picture now. And you can see just how smooth it is up there from this Miami pair. See if we can get a stroke rating as they come through 500 meters. Only about 33 strokes a minute. All right, second place coming through here. Looks like, to me, the boat from, I guess, Belen Jesuit. Yeah, Belen Jesuit sitting in second place. Then it's Sora sitting in third place. But you saw connected with Sora was Vero Beach, and connected with Vero Beach was Sarasota Scullers. And then it's going to be Treasure Coast in the picture there with the blue blades coming through ahead of Palm River and Sebastian River that are dead level at 500 meters. So you've got a couple races within the race. I mean, this is it. This is an A final. It's the last A final that we're having today. It's Miami really showing that they are very proficient in this pair as we're starting to see that all the teams come down to the beach. This is what it's all about. This is the end of our day here in terms of A finals. This is the last gold medal we're going to hand out. Looks like it's going to be Miami. If they can hang on to it, play defense, not make any mistakes here. Second place continues to be Belen Jesuit. And in fact, Belen Jesuit has moved away from the other boats that were challenging them, Vero Beach and Sora. It's really probably too close to call between Vero Beach and Sora, with Sarasota Scullers here getting into the mix here. So as far as the bronze medal, it is still up for grabs into the last 250 meters. Looks like we're going to have a great finish here for a bronze medal at least, but it's Miami out in front and continuing to look really very, very smooth and proficient in that pair. They're going to take the gold medal is Miami, and Belen Jesuit is pretty easily going to take the silver medal. And then who's it going to be? Is it going to be Vero Beach? Is it going to be South Orlando? Is it going to be Sarasota Scullers? They're all winding it up here. It's Sora maybe moving away now from Vero Beach. Sora's starting to find some speed, even though the timing is maybe a little bit off in that pair. They're finding speed. It's Miami with the gold medal, about 4 boat lengths of open water ahead of Belen Jesuit. Belen Jesuit with a length and a half of open water ahead of South Orlando. South Orlando is going to take the bronze medal half a length ahead of Vero Beach. Vero Beach a length ahead of Sarasota Scullers, who will finish in 5th. And then its 6th place is going to be Treasure Coast. 7th place, Palm River is trying to hang on. They have moved away from Sebastian River. We saw those two boats deadlocked. And in the second half of the race, Palm River found more speed than Sebastian River to go ahead and finish this thing up. And we've got, I believe, one more race down there. We will see it come off. It will be the boys' B final of the boys' pair. And they are set up and getting ready. So that will be our final race of the day. But to recap one more time, Miami with the gold, Belen Jesuit with the silver, and South Orlando with the bronze. All right, if you're still here and you're still waiting, we're going to have a B final of the boys pair. It's going to be 3 boats. We had some equipment issues that appear to be rectified as we have the 3 boats getting into the stake boats. And we'll figure out exactly if I can tell on the video as they come down, but it does appear, and I do believe that Manatee County had an issue with their fin or skeg, and they will not be in this race. They had to, unfortunately, row down the west side of the race course, so I think it's going to be Plant High School, Boone High School, and Tampa Catholic, but we will confirm that as they get going. But you can see on the Jumbotron or on YouTube, we've got 3 boats ready to contest this B final of the boys pair, and it will finish out our day here, our 2021 championships here at Nathan Benderson Park. And as soon as the boats get aligned, they'll get them on the race course. In fact, it does appear to me that the wind has calmed down quite a bit, but you've got these 3 boats all the way up on the west side of the race course, so it should be a pretty nice water all the way down. And we've got a 3-boat match race here for places 9 through 11 in the state of Florida in the boys pair. Want to continue, and for the last time, to remind everybody to continue to wear your masks. It's the least that you can do. You do not want to be the individual that decides, oh, I'm fine, and you start spreading SARS-CoV-2 to many other dozens of people out here as we have a start here in the boys' B final of the pair. And we've got it on the video. Joe's no longer out there. We lost power on his remote system, so it's going to be me all the way through. And it does look like we have a nice clean start. Looks like the boat in the center, which I'm going to assume is Boone High School, had maybe the fastest of the 3 starts in terms of the first 10 or 15 strokes. But we will see, and we'll get good shots all the way down at the 500 meters, at the 1,000-meter point to see exactly where the boats stand. But I'm crossing my fingers that we've got another connected race all the way down the race course of at least 2 of these 3 boats here in the boys pair B final. And you can see them coming into view. A couple of pairs there in the picture. Looks like Plant High School on the right side of the screen. I can tell now in the video that that is a gold boat, so I'm going to assume that that's Plant High School. And the other boat there is either Tampa Catholic or Boone, I believe. And we'll maybe be able to tell a little bit better as they come into view. So this is definitely Plant High School there on the right side of the screen. And we'll see what the gaps are as they hit 500 meters. Again, finishing up our day here at the 2021 FSRA Sweep Championships at Nathan Benderson Park. You see that sign that says 1,000 meters. That's halfway through our 2,000-meter race course here. But, of course, our Scholastic Championships are 1,500 meters as Plant High School comes through in first place here in the B final of the men's pair. A pretty considerable gap back to the next boat, which to my eye appears to be the boat from Tampa Catholic, if I had to guess. And then we do have a third boat. We'll see them come into the picture here in a second. And that is actually the boat from Tampa Catholic. They've got a lane 3 bow card. So I believe the boat in second place then is Boone. And the boat out in front certainly is the boat from Plant High School, helping me out with that gold shell. And you can see Plant High School passing that sign that is the halfway point in the race course. So we are halfway through with the leader of the B final of the boys pair, our last race of the day here at the 2021 FSRA Sweep Rowing Championships. As I said before, very heartened to be back out here. It's been over a year and just excited to see the racing, especially in the big boats, especially given, obviously, the state of the world, that we've got big boats out here racing again. And it was a really fun day. Some of the closest racing that I've seen in a long time out here at Benderson Park came down to a couple photo finishes. In particular, remembering that boys freshman 8 race. That one will be probably seared in my memory forever. Just an unbelievable finish between Sarasota Crew and Belen Jesuit. As I look back down the race course and I see Plant High School coming through, 500 meters to go, out in front. And sitting in second place continues to be Boone High School. And then Tampa Catholic in third place. And they are going to be close to the beach coming down. I believe that they had an equipment issue that was rectified, and that's why we got the race going finally. So if you're out on the beach, I do see still a lot of athletes out there on the beach. Let's get up and let's cheer on these athletes to finish our day as they come through. Remember to pull your masks up and keep them up. Plant High School, several boats of open water ahead. You see now coming through 500 meters to go, that's Boone High School. And then behind Boone, several boat lengths back, we will see them at some point in the picture again, is the boat from Tampa Catholic. These pairs, again, very difficult to row. Not an easy boat to row. Perhaps a more glorious boat to row if you can row it well. I think about the New Zealand pairs and what they have done at the world stage. And you watch these pairs and you can't really believe that they're going as fast as they are, quite frankly, relative to some of the bigger boats that happen. And you just got to find 2 athletes that really are evenly matched in all respects, even if they're not physically evenly matched, but they can look evenly matched all the way through how they row this pair. Only one oar on either side of each of these boats as Plant High School gets into the last 200 meters ahead of Boone High School out of the Orlando area. And then it's going to be Tampa Catholic in third place. Again, this is the B final of the boys pair. And I hear the Boone drum, so I guess I am correct in seeing the navy and orange of Boone High School out there on the race course. And I can audibly hear, even inside, the crowd still going. So love to see it and love the energy that we're pumping into this last race here. It is going to be Plant High School with the last 5 strokes to the line to win the B final of the boys pair and finish 9th in the state of Florida. Boone High School into their last 20 strokes in that blue boat with the orange blades. And they will finish up 10th in the state of Florida in the boys pair for 2021. And as Boone gets into the last 10 strokes, I can hear the teammates cheering him on. That's exactly what I want to hear. And they finish up Boone High School, 10th in the state of Florida in the boys pair. And we've got one more boat coming down. I believe it's Tampa Catholic. We will absolutely confirm as they get in front of us here. But a little bit of a delay trying to get the equipment fixed in that boat. But it is fixed to some extent, at least. And this will do it for our FSRA Sweep Championships. My name is David Wyan. I was joined by Joe Dobson. And we enjoyed having you out here at Nathan Benderson Park. Very happy that the weather cooperated. We stayed dry today. We got all the races in. And we crowned a bunch of state champions for 2021. We'll see you next year. Thanks for coming out. And enjoy the rest of your spring. All of the racing that's going to continue to happen here and elsewhere. And we'll see you next time.
Again, a round of applause for our announcers this weekend who did a yeoman job, David Wyant and Joe Dobson. Give them a hand. And thank you for joining us for the FSRA Sweep Championships here at Nathan Benderson Park. The championship season began with the Olympic rowing trials and the Olympic canoe kayak trials, and April has been a month of championships. We'll see you in late May for the NCAA Rowing National Championships, and then a couple weeks later, in early June, for the U.S. Rowing Youth National Regatta. Of course, follow us on Facebook, Nathan Benderson Park, Twitter at MyNBP, Instagram at Nathan Benderson Park, and of course our website, nathanbendersonpark.org. Again, thanks for coming. Enjoy your time in Sarasota, Bradenton, and the Sun Coast, and we'll see you all again soon.